I'm not even seeing that word, Rhonda.
You're unmuted.
Yeah. Am I missing it?
You're all unmuted.
All right, I'd like to call the meeting to order. The Benzie County Commission for September 23rd. If we could get roll call, please.
Davis?
Here.
Not?
Here.
Markey?
Here.
Nye?
Here.
Roloffs?
Here.
Sauer?
Here.
Craig?
Here.
All present.
If you'd stand for the invocation and the pledge, Rhonda, please.
Gracious God, we thank you for this beautiful fall morning in Benzie County. We pray for blessings and protection over our staff and our community. We ask for guidance and wisdom during our meeting this morning. And we pray that the words of our mouths and the meditations of our heart are pleasing in your sight. We offer this prayer in your Son, Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, God. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Very good. Thank you. You had a copy of the agenda in advance of the meeting. Any comments or questions?
Roloffs make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
I thought there was, excuse me, I thought there was
Well,
some.
I gotta get a second now.
Okay, all right. I'll give you a second just to discuss.
I'd like to make a comment on it. We have under new business, item K. I would recommend that we move that to correspondence. Any discussion?
You need a motion on that or just,
Would you be,
As
would
amended.
you be willing to amend the motion?
and I would
Definitely.
be willing to.
All right. Then, if you're ready, let's call for the question.
Oh, nobody second.
Yeah, we did. Gary.
Oh, Gary did.
Yeah,
Okay.
I did, sorry.
Do it by aye, so.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Thank you. You have the minutes of September 9th.
Commissioner Nye gave me a correction to make, and I will find that and make that.
Just one word.
Just one word. From when to went.
Any other comments or questions regarding the minutes? That we'd entertain a motion.
Trigg moves to approve the minutes as corrected.
Davis a second.
Very good. There's no other comments or questions and you're ready for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Let's open it up to the first public comment. Anybody from the public that would like to speak for 3 minutes on any subject is welcome.
Annie Browning from the city of Frankfurt, and I was just looking at your agenda and item D under new business. I was reading that through and it says, consider authorizing funding for an FSA for employees over age 65. And that I immediately had the question, does that include people with permanent disabilities also? Because an FSA would be really helpful. And I guess it depends on purpose, but I have personally been involved, I've been associated with things like where I, kind of fall in between. I'm permanently disabled, but I'm not geriatric, but I can take a lot of the benefits that are offered to geriatric people. So that's my contribution.
Thank you
Thank
for
you.
taking the time. Anybody else from the public? Seeing none, we'll close public comment and,
Hi, I'm Lisa Pine and I live in Platte Township. My address is 9733 Martin Road in Honor. I'm here to make public comment on the committee appointments for the Benzie Transportation Authority. It is my understanding that you'll be considering the appointment of 2 open spots on the Benzie board, bus board today. As a concerned citizen and supporter of Benzie Bus, I reviewed the application materials for 3 candidates that interviewed for these seats. I also understand what transpired during their interviews and what their responses were. I'm familiar with the Benzie Bus Board competencies and traits that they've established. After reviewing all the materials, I encourage the commissioners to appoint Brian Fleetwood, and Joanne Manila to these positions due to their backgrounds, competencies, volunteer hours to the community, and willingness to attend recent board meetings. I think they will bring fresh eyes to the board to make rational and intelligent decisions. I also have a letter from another resident. As a resident of Benzie County since 1986 and a member of the Benzie Transportation Authority Board for nearly a decade under 3 different executive directors, I'm an avid supporter of our public rural transit, the Benzie bus. On Wednesday, September 17th, I had the privilege to witness as a member of the public the interviews of 3 applicants for the 2 vacant seats. Excuse me. After reviewing their application materials, hearing more about them in their interviews, considering the board competencies, I would highly recommend the appointment of Brian Fleetwood and Joanne Manila to fill the 2 vacant seats. Together, they would bring a complementary set of perspectives, with Brian being a long-term local resident with deep roots, a young family, and business connections, and Joanne bringing fresh eyes and new perspectives from her experience as an educator, trained volunteer, and as a previous seasonal resident living here full-time for the last several years. Each of these 2 candidates have taken hours of their time to attend several board meetings this summer, read related materials. That was Ann Noah's public comment, and
Go ahead and
their-
finish, Lisa.
Sorry?
Go ahead and finish.
Oh, thank you. Each of these 2 candidates have taken hours. They've contributed very thoughtful points of view during public comment. While attending many of our board meetings, they understand the blessings and the challenges we face and have indicated that they are able to commit their time and talent year-round for the betterment of our county's public transit. Further, their skill sets will complement those of our current management team, who are well-connected in a nonpartisan way with state and federal elected officials. They travel to Lansing and Washington, D.C. whenever needed to advocate for continued funding for rural transit such as ours. They have relationships that are longstanding and positive with politicians on both sides of the aisle. Further, the Benzie bus management team's experience and training make them seasoned budget managers, visionaries, and long-range thinkers and stewards of the resources that belong to county residents. And that was submitted by Ann Noah of Benzie Township,
Thank you.
Benzonia Township, sorry.
Any other comments from the public? Now we'll close public input and move to elected official and department heads reports.
Good morning, Kelly Long, County Treasurer. Just an update in our department here. We are wrapping up village settlement. We are all done with that. We had a 87.5% collection rate this year, which is really good. Just about same as last year, roughly. Especially with 4 new treasurers on board. They did a great job. Year-end fiscal is next year. All you department heads out there, be prepared. I'm sending out your emails, letting you know all your money needs to be in by next Tuesday at 4:30. And of course, we all know what's going on at the state level right now. With my correspondence with the legislative committee that I'm on, we know the state budget's not doing great. There could be a possible shutdown next Tuesday. Just to let you know, we get the state money in our office. It's been slow coming in. We still have a lot of payments that need to get here, but with that shutdown, there'll be no payments obviously coming in at all. We'll see what happens. Hopefully it won't, but my correspondence is telling me that's a very high possibility, real good up there, 99.9% that it will happen. Switching over to Land Bank, give a little update on that. There is a Land Bank Summit coming up that I'll be going to October 6th, 7th, and 8th up in Marquette. Looking forward to that. As you know, Benzie County Land Bank, we have no inventory right now, but we have been talking about some other aspects of what we're going to do with that. We're still looking at maybe inviting the supervisors from the townships to come with some maybe problem parcels out there that they're looking at and see what we can do. We've got some money coming in. We still have a land contract that's being paid off and some interest. So we've got a little money out there to look to see if what we can do to invest in our community. Any questions?
Questions for Kelly? Kelly, I do have one then. With the newly formed economic development effort with the chamber, they understand, and remember, it's in its infancy, okay? But they understand that the land bank is a tool.
Mhm.
But a little confused about who they should be talking to. Has anybody contacted you directly?
Not yet, no. I know you had a meeting on Friday. I listened in because I was by myself that day. We do want to start attending those meetings as Land Bank. It'll probably be me. We did get a executive director did send in a resignation. We'll be dealing with that here at the next meeting. Our next meeting is October 1st. So chances are I will probably be the person for contact going forward. Right now, our chairman is Mark Roper.
Oh, okay.
So we can talk to him for now. He will be the chairman through the end of this year. I think things are going to change the first of the year.
And just for clarification, the county's EDC is not managing the process. We've partnered with the chamber.
Right.
So you're better served to attend the meetings that the chamber has than you are the
Okay.
local EDC.
Okay.
But
Either
what
or.
I'd like to do is, they've asked me who's the appropriate contact. Can I identify you right now as that
Can
contact?
either me or Mark Roper.
Okay.
Mhm. Yep.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other comments or questions, please?
Kelly, do you want us to share your message with the townships at our meeting, or do you want to wait till the land bank gets a concise message and reaches out to the townships on their own? Do you want us to go to our meetings and say they have a little bit of money to work with and are looking for projects?
At our last meeting, we had that discussion. We are talking about sending out an invitation. I'm not sure if it'll be within the next quarter or or following the first of the year, but we have made that discussion. So give us a little time. I think we're going to do an invite. I think it's just going to be a month or two down the road before we get there.
Thank you.
Very good. Thanks for the report. Is there any, you might want to stay just for a second. Is there any other department heads or electeds that want to speak? Okay, I guess you'll have to stand down for a minute.
That's no problem.
All right.
Paula Eberhardt, the Benzie Register Deeds. I just want to give a brief update on my office. Sales are up, passports are up. Right now, the going rate on 10 acres is anywhere between 100 and 120,000. And we did get the Dollar General paperwork through yesterday for honor, so I see that coming, probably starting to build anytime soon. And I was invited to participate in a presentation that's going to be October 7th at 10:30 at the Betsy Shores Library on property fraud. So I put some flyers up in the back if anybody's interested in going. There's going to be mortgage lenders there, title people. It's all about mortgage fraud, property fraud, and how they deal with it in the title industry, because there's such an uptick on that. So I just wanted to let anybody know that's interested. There are flyers in the back. You're welcome to come and participate. So.
Any questions or comments? Paula, before we excuse you then, on that very subject, do you have many people in the community that have signed up to be alerted?
Yes,
Do you have a sense of what the number is?
I can look it up. We get people at the counter all the time that take the brochures,
Okay,
and we get a lot of people that do get alerts, but most of them so far have been legitimate.
Mhm.
So that's a good thing.
all right. So there is awareness out there
Yeah.
now that this feature is available.
And I think it's helped. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a great service to the community,
Right.
but getting that message out there has been difficult.
Right. We have been putting the flyers in with new buyers too, because it seems like the vacant properties with mailing addresses not local are the ones that are getting targeted.
Okay,
So they go after the vacant properties with a different mailing address.
perfect.
So
Thanks for the update.
you're welcome.
Wait a minute. Can you just nutshell what that program, when you talk about have many people registered, you didn't say what it was.
Oh.
And I think it's a good opportunity to have it on YouTube, what you offer at the Register of Deeds.
Okay.
Thank you.
We do have a property fraud alert in our software system. It's free. It's kind of like what you see on TV with LifeLock. But it's anytime a document is recorded in our office, whatever name you sign up under, it will alert you if anything comes into our office under that name. So it'll give you an alert right away. You can either call us, come in, check and find out what it is to know whether it's something you did or whether it is somebody trying to scam your property. So I just urge anybody to sign up for it. It's a good service.
And just as a commentary, I signed up for it and about a year ago, I got an alert. Now it was legitimate, but it was interesting to be able to experience that because I'd kind of forgotten that I'd signed up.
So, yeah, a lot of people will sign up their elderly parents too, just so that they can keep an eye on their parents' properties, and so it is a good.
Well, I am the elderly parent. Anything else?
No, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Any other elected officials or department heads?
Morning, Megan Garza, Administrator at the Maples. Just wanted to give a monthly update for August numbers. Current number of employees is 156. Our census for August was 98.6%, 81% being Benzie County residents. We had 11 admits and 11 discharges. We had 64 total referrals for the month. 28 of them were Benzie County residents.
I'm sorry, I missed how many referrals total?
64.
64.
Other comments or questions? So it sounds like things continue to progress well there. In
Yeah.
general, and I know that you may not be in a position to answer this, but in general, how is the bed situation in Benzie County with respect to things like assisted living and the care that you guys give? Is there a long waiting list or are people able to get their needs met?
I mean, I don't know for sure for assisted living, but I'd take a gander and say it's probably a 3 to 6 month wait. So when we take rehab people in and we're trying to discharge them to a lesser care setting because maybe they don't need skilled nursing, but they're not appropriate to go home. Usually we're looking at assisted living outside of the county because there is no assisted living beds in Benzie County available. When it comes to our wait list, right now, I think I have 24 want in the door today if they could. With 12 of them families calling every day. And I would say of the 24, 18 are Benzie County residents, if I had to take a guess. Manistee working on a remodel right now. So we have a lot of like Bear Lake, Arcadia, Onekama. It's the same difference to come here. So we get a lot of referrals that way, but they're dropping beds. They're going from 120 beds to, I think, 66. That's huge. So they're dropping beds where I could fill a whole nother Maples, it feels like today. It has felt all year.
Yeah.
And with the growing aging population, that's not going to slow down.
I asked the question for that very reason. When I think about strategically, what the county should be thinking about, and I think we should be left to the private sector, but economic development activities maybe need to center around attracting that type of investment. If we have that kind of waiting list.
Yeah, and it has not slowed down. I mean, we're probably going to finish out the year at like 98% census. And that means sometimes our turnaround is somebody's discharging at 10 a.m. and we're taking an admit at 1 o'clock because the families are so desperate for the help. They want them right in. So we're just flipping a room and inviting them in.
Sure. Any other comments or questions? On behalf of the board, I want to thank you guys for continuing to come to these meetings and keeping us informed.
Yeah, thank you.
Great job.
for
Thank you.
having me.
Any other comments or questions from electeds or department heads? If not, let's move to finance and approval of the bills.
Yeah, so today we are seeking approval of the bills in the amount of $427,403.30.
What's your pleasure?
It's my job now, not Kelly.
I'll make the motion to pay the bills.
Mark, you'll support. Additional comments or questions? Hearing none, if you're ready for the question, roll call, please.
Janai,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs.
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Greg,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
motion carried.
Anything you'd like to add, Kelly? Very good. Then let's move into our first presentation from Tim, Cherry Capital Communications. We invite you up. Thank you.
Want me to drive or you want to drive?
And Tim, we have this handout is from you, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, sorry about the tardiness in getting that. Things are moving rather rapidly in very short windows with Bob. But the last time I was here, I couldn't reveal much. They asked us not to say anything until the NTIA had a chance to review it. We're still in that middle ground. The state should by Friday send their final proposal to the NTIA for their approval. And we hope that they accept it and we move on. But the NTIA has generally not been forthcoming with the final rules. They kind of look at the data and then make a rule to adjust it. And so it's a little frustrating for the provider and for the MyHigh office. But it is what it is, and we move forward.
Kim, I'm guessing on NTIA.
National Telecommunications Information, whatever. It's the national group at the federal level that takes care of telecommunications. One of three funding bodies at the federal level. You got the FCC, the USDA, and the NTIA. So the progress that you guys have made since we first met is impressive. This map shows RDOF areas, which is what brought us to Benzie County in the first place. Those purple areas. Then Robin, we were able to add 2,890 additional homes, which are the purple dots. And then Bob brought in another 247. So that's the efforts that we're doing in Benzie County, which is about 58% of the households will be passed. The numbers there are the funded households, but there are a great deal more homes than there are passed than there are funded. We still have some challenges.
Excuse me just a minute, but for the benefit of the public,
Yep.
focusing on B and Bob, can you explain those acronyms for them?
Yeah, so Bob is the benefit of the bargain round, which was brought in under the Trump administration, and it modified what was BEAD, and BEAD was broadband equity and diversity, which was $42.8 billion at the national level and $1.55 billion allocated to Michigan to expand broadband. When the new administration came in, they felt it was bloated. They were spending money incorrectly, potential fraud. So they stopped the program, renamed it Bob, and basically changed the focus from building fiber infrastructure for the future to the lowest cost. So it was a race. They changed it to a race to the bottom. Fortunately, Michigan, the way they handled it, still about 80% will end up being fiber. But it was just the focus of two different administrations. And we survived it so far.
Thank you.
You bet. We still have some challenges. The Betsy River to get to Gilmore Township, that crossing, we haven't taken that on. But with this next step, we'd be extending our fiber plant across the Betsy River so that we can create a loop out of Frankfurt. So the goal of this effort, when we bid for it, was to create multiple loops out of Frankfurt. Frankfurt is one of your most defined economic development areas with that deep water port and other assets that they have. But the problem is all telecommunications goes down 115, and if that gets cut, Frankfurt's down, all providers. We built another one down 115, so we have it on the other side of the road. And the challenge is to do a loop through Lake Township back to Benzonia and to go through Gilmore and Blaine and create, dual loops for purposes of expansion in the technology world, which is so dependent on high-speed internet. In our Bob, we won one household in Blaine. We kept it with the idea that that will also be a loop. And that'll probably be done at the end of the 4 years, but we will essentially have service in every township at some level within Benzie County, except for Colfax. So that was part of our goal. We wanted to make sure we serviced every township with our goals. So this started off, 3 years ago, with the EDC, and I think we've done great progress to it. For an overview, we estimate that when everything is done, 90% of the households within Benzie County will have fiber available to them to access. There was an ACAM effort down with a Centec that they're completing. RDOF, the two RDOFs that are there are Spectrum, and then Spectrum run primarily one Blaine under the Bob program. There's a new player that just entered the Michigan market, Strategic Management, and nobody's sure exactly who they are or what their plans are. It's a marketing firm that owns 4 or 5 or has partners that are 4 or 5 telephone companies outside of Michigan. And what their impact will be, I don't know. They did win 28% of Michigan, so they're influential, if nothing else. Starlink and Amazon were somewhat winners within Benzie. And Amazon, I met with them last month, and Michigan was their first market that they wanted to attack. They put up 26 birds with the 45th parallel as their target, south and north. So we'll see where they go. They have an impressive product, but it has not yet been activated. So we'll see what happens there.
And by birds, he means satellites.
Satellites, sorry about that. So it's difficult to see from far away. I gave a comparison of 7 providers that had an impact in Benzie County with what other counties receive for those same vendors, just to give you an idea of the spread throughout the region. On the right-hand side, that chart talks about, the award. So we were pleased. We walked away with 15.8 million in funding across 9 markets, which we believe we can do a great deal in expanding and connecting the region. Our focus is the west side of Michigan, north of M55 to the Canadian border. So that's where we want our footprint to influence what happens in telecommunications. The interesting piece is one vendor has over 10,000 miles that they have to build in 4 years. I'm not quite sure if that's possible for one vendor. That's Strategic Management. The totality of the projects is 32.9 miles, 1,000 miles. So that's dollar amount. It's not meant to be there. That's the number of miles that has to be built in 4 years. From a manpower standpoint, that's about 350 crews doing 1,000 feet a day for the next 4 years, every working day of the week. Again, that's a big challenge. I don't know if we have that many crews out there, but so the magnitude of bead bob was pretty significant. And we already had reconnect going, and we had other projects going that are going to take away from those resources. I think it's appropriate time to say congratulations. Again, the Benzie map is only showing Cherry Capital's influence on it. The smaller map that's there is a regional look at what happened with Bob. So we picked up Ogama County, we picked up parts of Gladwin County. We've been pretty influential in Roscommon and Missaukee County, Benzie, Leelanau. We have a little bit in Manistee and a little bit in Wexford. And the big win for us was Grand Traverse County. We picked up the whole west side from Elk Rapids all the way to Cadillac to build out that plant. All these areas are all very rural, very low populations. We're one of the few that will take on those type of challenges. So, but the work's not done. And the emphasis is what, from today's point, is what should the EDC do next? Because you made a commitment for fiber. You have other economic development efforts you want to do. But I think I would change the focus or include in your focus artificial intelligence as we go down the road to attract to Benzie County those industries that will thrive under AI.
What do you
And
mean by AI? As in, I understand what you mean by AI, but what application are you implying that we should be doing here?
A regional or edge level data centers, small ones, not the hyperscale, which take up small cities, which really kind of destroy resources. But trying to attract edge level computing so that right now, every time you make a phone call, it goes to Southfield and comes back up north. These edge data centers keep the traffic local. So it improves response time and improves latency. It creates a more regional response to your question. So every time you ask Google, it goes to an AI center to collect the data and send that answer back to you. That data center might be in Virginia or might be in California versus being local and keeping that data local, which does make business more efficient. And it brings in high-paying jobs to the area. I'll go into that in the last slide a little bit more. Part of our challenge is we still have RDOF going, we have Robin going. We don't participate in EACAM, but that affects Benzie with Ascentec. Reconnect 3 and 4 we're involved with in the UP for the Sioux tribe. And then BEAD. All of that was fairly well managed. We could get glass, we could get skilled labor, equipment, electronics, did a fairly decent job of recovering from the pandemic. And they just threw in AI data centers. One hyperscale data center, which are the biggest ones, is the size of a small East Coast village in footprint. The channel that they're building to feed that data center with fiber is 300 yards wide and about 20 feet deep. So that channel will be filled with concrete and conduit for that amount of volume of fiber to come into that single data center. And they're building, right now, they've already built about 700 of them in the United States. And that number is going to increase dramatically every year for the next foreseeable future. When the Louisiana data center was announced and construction stopped or started, Corning froze all orders. They can't sell glass to us. And there's only 2 vendors in the United States that are made in America, Corning and CommScope. And so if I don't get my order in within the next month, month and a half, I won't be able to get fiber until 2027. So we'll make sure we get our order in the next 6 weeks. Skilled labor is a problem. The magnitude of resources being pulled is still there. We were kind of fortunate. We put an ad and we got over 75 resumes. 10 of them were fairly qualified. So we were able to extend offers to them. But we're having to build our staff, multiple teams to keep up with the effort that we have going on. So equipment's still a problem. Our current provider has 2 boring machines. Once those are sold, there won't be any until 2027. So we'll probably pick them up just to put them on hold so we have them to move forward. Electronics, again, is the same thing. Long lead times on that. So it's AI data centers have really impacted the industry, and I'm not sure anybody was planning on that. We're just having to adjust. So industry trends, AI is dominating the market, intelligent decisions. Even our networks are getting smarter, where we're trying to predict where something needs to go in our routing tables. High capacity, everything's increasing. Where we used to have at a home 16 devices, we're now averaging 35 to 40 devices in a given home. Some homes they're well above 300 devices within that home that are online at any one given time. That's just capacity. That's always being on. Everything that's happening trickles down or has a ripple effect on the consumer. And so our view is we're going to watch that consumer impact and make sure that we're ready for it. You used to be able to say on a mass market that if there's an outage, a day's worth of outage over a year, that was acceptable. But homes today for work and medical and shopping, I mean, you name it. Our goal is now 5 nines, which used to only be for enterprise, but that's essentially 4 hours of outage a year is what we're trying to achieve. And by the end of this 4 years, we should be there. But our core and everything we've ever done is that it's got to be fast, reliable, and low latency is a term that's important in technology, but most consumers don't care. They just want it, available right now.
Tim, what do you mean by 5 nines?
5 nines is take how many minutes in a year? Well, and it's basically 0.01% outage.
0.001.
001. No, 001. Yeah, 99. Yeah, 3 nines. Yeah, 0.001 outage. The standard that was there just last year was 99.995. They've moved it to 5 nines as the goal. And that 0.5 is a heavy burden to achieve. So from AI applications, you got chatbots, you've got video generation, augmented reality that's taking real life scenarios and views and overlaying fictitious characters. So that's a big industry now. Those glasses and goggles. The other one is virtual reality, which everything is made up in that reality. And unfortunately, a lot of people live in both worlds more than they should, but it does make an impact on the networks that we're delivering to the consumer. Quickly, we're going to go from 1 gig, 10 gig to every home, probably within 5 years. That's a significant jump. BEAD only looked at 100 meg by 20 meg as broadband. The previous version of BEAD wanted 1 gig as a priority. So what Bob just funded will probably have to be replaced over the next 4 to 5 years. And we'll be happy to participate in that. Everything's going symmetrical. That means there's up speed and down speed are the same. So that it doesn't matter if you're uploading a photograph or receiving a photograph. It's consistent. Coax, DSL, fixed point wireless, satellite are all asymmetrical technologies. Faster down, slower up. And then we're just beginning to test in the lab for 100-mile lengths, 800 gig per light wave. So not only a strand of fiber, which has 31 light waves in it, they are now dividing it by color and increasing the capacity significantly. So technology is changing quickly, which is enjoyable for a geek like myself. I really enjoy it, but it is amazing how quickly this has changed from the time we talked. I mean, we had a completely different scenario when we started our discussion moving forward.
And for the benefit of the community and myself too, going back to the other slide. So you talk about 1 to 10 gigabytes. How does that compare to what people are seeing in their homes today?
If you're on fixed point wireless, you might get 25 meg or 50 meg out of a good fixed point wireless. You'll get that with satellite. It can do 100 meg, but Starlink has a capacity issue that they can really only handle about 12 households per 3-mile radius because of the pattern that they have. Amazon will do a little bit better than that, but again, they're in the 100 meg or 1/10 of a gig. And they're predicting, 10 gig in 5 years to the home. So significant increase in bandwidth due to the number of devices that are always, everything's in the cloud. Cloud computing is everything. So even in our office, we went from 500 gig of data. As soon as we moved to full implementation of Office 365, we're pushing 3.2 terabytes. So we increased, almost 5 times just by that simple move to Office 365. It's a pretty big impact. And you're just going to see more and more of that down the road.
It's not only speed, but it's also number of devices that could be used at one time in a location.
Right. Yep. And what those devices are doing. I mean, I'm not got my laptop, it's turned on, it's probably attached to the Wi-Fi because I've been here so often. It's talking with, transferring my emails back and forth, my data, making sure OneDrive is all synchronized. I have maybe 12 other institutions that are constantly sharing data with me. And it's working and it's in my briefcase. So, it's even for a technologist, it's kind of overwhelming at times. So that brings us, which I've shared throughout this, as an ISP, my focus has always been reliability. Charter's going to have to do the same. Other providers are going to have to do the same. Reliability is essential. Everybody's dependent on cloud services. Your VoIP phone, if your internet goes down. So we had an AT&T outage, and in our Leonard County network, we're dependent on AT&T, and people have AT&T cell phones, but it couldn't go out because the AT&T tower was affected by the AT&T circuit. And so most of Leonard County was out for about 12 hours. And that was our only path out of Leonard County. So part of our BEAD we're building another redundant path from Benzie County up to Northport to ensure at least customers and the towers that we service along that path will be separate from, the other carrier. It's the only market we actually use AT&T. Most of our markets were independent telephone companies where it paths out. But anyway. So for the last, I would encourage the EDC. They did a great job in bringing in fiber. I think when there is to spend some time understanding what edge data centers are, what hyperscale data centers are, and start creating plans to address them. If you don't want hyperscale in, make sure you have good noise ordinances, because those air conditioning units are not quiet. They're outside the data center. And then heat generates noise. Power alone generates noise. They're going to bring in nuclear reactors, small ones for each data center. These are all things that we're not used to discussing or zoning for, but make sure your community is ready for it, because we do have good water supply up here. And one of the things data center needs is water. A lot of these computers are actually just submerged in water tanks in order to keep the cooling constant. Yeah.
High five.
Yeah. Very quickly. But it also plan on what kind of workforce would be needed for the smaller data centers, what talents are needed. And that's, HVAC, electricians. I mean, these are all just classic brick and mortar skill sets that are needed, plan for those skill sets in the future when it comes to data centers moving forward. Look at what the supportive type structures you need in place for this emerging technology. Most of it, I don't have all the answers. This is new to me just as well as it's new to you. But I did want to say, if the EDC is planning things for the next 2 or 3 years, you started fiber, you encouraged it to come here. Benzie's benefited well by that exposure. Make sure you have a plan to how to address that next question that's coming.
I do have a question with regards to the AI data centers. Are they like a lights out data center where they're managed remotely?
I don't know. That's a good question. I've been looking at the size and the specs and the effect on the community. I haven't looked at, I would assume a lot of them are dark, that they're just computing.
That was it's been quite a few years since I've been involved with data centers, but that was a thing that they were starting to do, is lights out. They were managed remotely.
Right. But you still have to have staff nearby to maintain the physical structure.
Security, you're going to need electricians, plumbers. Oh yeah.
Yeah. And
heating and cooling.
Yeah. And 5 years ago, 10 years ago, data centers were a different computing capacity than what AI is today. So there's probably a shift. But it's a good question. I'll research that a little bit more. But anyway.
Can't keep it.
Any questions you have for what we're doing, where we're going?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
First of all, how am I gonna explain to Blaine what happened? Looks like the only place you got was Watervale.
Yeah, the good news is along that coast, Starlink got it. And I'm not sure. I'll give the benefit of the doubt to the My High office that what we took basically 180 days to work with them. When the Bob announcement came out, they had 21 days to digest it and figure out what to do. As a provider, we went from 90 days to 7 days. So, or 14 days. So everything was, they had to make very quick decisions. And within the 14 days of our application review, they did 4 iterations of that review as they were getting clarification from the NTIA. And so I think more GIS people were looking at the award versus network people. Because one of the side effects of that is they are encouraging us to build through each other. So you're going to have Spectrum building through us and us building through and Brightspeed. And typically a funding doesn't do that. They try to keep a provider in an area so that you're not overbuilding one another.
I'm
Blaine-
looking at it as fiber.
Yeah, Blaine.
Here's, there won't be any fiber.
No. Spectrum, everything they're doing, I haven't looked at their application. They could have done a hybrid that was allowed. But everything I've seen Spectrum doing, anything new is fiber to the home. And Blaine is charter. That's what the yellow dots are.
Yellow is charter?
Charter's yellow.
Well, I thought you said something about strategic
No,
management.
they're 25 households in Blaine,
Okay,
Gilmore,
alright.
and I'm not sure why. They do have partner companies that I know the owners of those companies. I'll reach out to them and find out what's behind strategic management. Because it could be another RDOF with them. They could very easily fail like Mercury Wireless did under RDOF, so.
So is that my best bet to get a hold of Spectrum and have them come explain it to?
I would reach out to Marilyn and find out what
their plans are.
Yeah, I mean, she'll do the corporate, she doesn't have a lot of latitude in what she does, but ask those questions.
Right.
For our sake, we kept that one spot because we'll build over to create the loop, and then we'll go after Starlink, or we'll go after the satellite, or we'll try to build before Spectrum builds. So, I mean, Spectrum has their challenges just like everybody else.
So when you come into here, anybody can still hook up to
Oh, yeah.
your fiber, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Thank you.
Good questions, Gary. We've been at this about 40 minutes. Is there anything else that you'd like to add, Tim? Or any other questions that the board has?
I would just offer, I hope that the relationship that we've started with broadband and have been so successful, I hope that continues with the new entity that's being formed with the EDC and the chamber, because their focus is infrastructure and the things that you're foreshadowing. It concerns me. I think we're going to need some of your expertise in those areas as well. So I hope that you'll be willing to participate in those efforts.
Absolutely. We're here for the long haul.
Good.
Thanks.
So just two or three quick things, Tim. First, you acknowledge the EDC, and I appreciate you doing that. But I want to publicly acknowledge this board. If you hadn't had the courage and the foresight to make the initial $200,000 investment, which turned out to be multiple millions of dollars in private and public sector investment, we wouldn't be where we're at today.
Absolutely.
We're grateful for all the partners we have, Tim, but you guys have been outstanding to work with. What the community doesn't know that's behind the scenes is that, and I'm not going to get into the detail, but they're an open network compared to most are closed, which means they've invited their competitors and said, look, if we're not providing it, you can use our line, obviously with a business relationship formed, but you can use our lines. So we really appreciate what this relationship's brought to us.
So do we.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's covered.
Before we move to the next presentation, for those of you that arrived late, there was an adjustment in the agenda, and under a new business K, discussion regarding ALS services in Benzie County, there is not going to be a discussion on that. It's been moved to correspondence. All right, let's have our next presentation.
Coming around the table is an updated presentation from what's in your packet. There's been some minor tweaks, so I printed you a new copy.
Do we need another one over there?
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, in here. I got it. Got three, got it.
No,
Yes,
they got enough? You wanna try?
Ah, sure.
I needed
Just
them.
clicking.
Yep, you just click the
Maybe.
left.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name's Sean Middleton. I'm a professional engineer with Spicer Group. I've been helping the County Parks Commission with this project and access to Crystal Lake. near the dam. I'm kind of pinch hitting for Cindy. She's actually our landscape architect and park designer. She couldn't make it today, so I'm filling in. But I'm very familiar with the project from the engineering standpoint. So I've got a lot of background. I know where we're at status wise, so I'll bring that into play here. And I think for some people in the crowd that were at the Parks Commission yesterday, you're going to see a lot of similar slides, but this does have a little more of an engineering twist to it. And Ed will probably step in and help me with a few slides with his history and a couple things. So we're going to kind of pinch it together. So Ed was on the Parks Commission prior to this. I think you guys are all aware of that, and really was involved in getting it moving. And then Sean's here as well. Johnson, it could help out with any other questions. So the site, just real quick, it's Railroad Point natural area. It's adjacent to that. Everybody's familiar with that. You can see it on the image here. We're specifically working within 29 acres that is owned by the DNR and leased to the county. That's down in the lower left. It's on either side of the Betsy River Trail. And then our project itself, we are just here today talking about phase 1, we're calling it. It's on the west side of the trail, in between the river and the trail. It encompasses about 0.8 acres of impact. Just to kind of give you a sense of the scale of it. And we'll get into more details on that. There's a future potential phase that could happen on the other side that would have about 0.7 acres as they're laid out today. And I will say that based on comments yesterday, there could be some tweaks or changes to the plan based on what we've heard yesterday in the Parks Commission. So project goals, Ed probably can do a better job at this, but universal access to the lake. This is a DNR trust fund project. So there are things that are basically required. One of them is universal access. So we're looking to get people to the lake shore with disabilities. We're going to do that through boardwalks, parking areas that are appropriate for ADA equipment, access to restrooms, and really there's going to be some viewing areas also ADA accessible. Safety improvements. Some of this hinges around, there's times of the year when there is parking that happens on the road itself. A lot of discussion happened on that previously. This would provide some additional parking, trying to pull some of those vehicles off the road. Natural resource protection. We are currently going through an EGLE permitting process. They will look at wetlands, impacts on floodplains, and natural resources. As part of this process, we did do a botany. There's a botany study done by the Grand Traverse Land Conservancy. And so they went through and identified, specific trees that were of concern and to protect. We've identified those. We're working around those. We've also did a wetland inventory that was done earlier this year, then actually redelineated this spring just to verify some things in better conditions. And so that's all just part of the planning. So we avoid any of those wetlands or special areas identified by the botany review. Better site management. We know there's been concerns with site management, people having to pick up trash on their own. And so as part of the design, we're going to get it to a point where we have facilities there, but then looking forward, there are rules out there today, trying to better implement those and, really trying to improve the management going forward. Probably less impacting us from an engineering side, but looking at the future. It'll be a gateway for the Railroad Point out there. We'll have parking and ADA accessibility. There is a kayak launch currently part of the design that would allow, it's not a full boat access, but kayak's ability to get to the shoreline. And then, of course, the Betsy Valley Trail is right there. So this provides some access to that. And we are doing a little bit of a realignment of the Betsy Valley Trail as it crosses the road to improve safety as well. It's a 90-degree crossing. Oh, Ed, do you want to hit on the history? So.
Yeah, okay. I'm Ed Hoogterp. I'm working with Sean on this. This site, as you all know, is right where Archibald Jones project came a croppers, as they say, and the lake went down 12 feet. That was 152 years ago. And in 1911, the first concrete dam at the site was built, and at that same point, the property where the dam is located, which is a tiny spot, I believe it's 55 feet by 90 feet, was split off from the main piece of property, and it's still a separate piece. 1930s, and this picture is from 1930. This area that we're talking about was used as a private boys' camp. The land remained private until 1998, when the Michigan DNR bought it with the intent of creating a major boat launch at the site. Some of you may remember there was a little bit of controversy about that, and the boat launch was actually built over where it is now on the other side of Railroad Point. And from that point, the state owned this property, but was never quite sure what to do with it, except that they had bought it with boating funds, and they wanted some kind of boating access to be included, which is why when we got our grant project, we had to include the kayak dock. So discussions went on, and around 2020, our former committee chair, Ann Bourne, working with Rhonda Nye and myself a little bit, came up with a concept plan, which you'll see in a few minutes, and presented that to the state. And the state, the following year in 2021, decided to lease the property to Benzie County because the state wasn't clear how they could develop it. They leased it to us for specifically creating this project. They approved a $300,000 grant and the Land Conservancy is matching that, and you all threw in another $80,000 to ensure that we can put a bathroom in there. And so that project has been going on for planning since 2021, and this year we're very close to having the plans finalized, although Sean will go over a couple of things that we still want to do based on some stormwater issues and on, frankly, on the comments we heard last night. So that's the history. We can go to the next one now, and I'm not sure if okay, you want me to run this one too, since I'm up? Yeah. So this just shows, these are 5 headlines in the local newspaper going back to 2021, each of which describing this project. Several of them had the concept map included with it. In addition to this, we've had 2 public hearings, and we've had meetings in addition to a number of updates for you all. We've had meetings with the Crystal Lake Watershed Association, with the Road Commission, with both of the trail groups, and with a number of private individuals to try to keep this going and inform the public. We had a number of comments last night and from people who were not aware of the project. I think that's, through no fault of their own. So, some who live out of town, don't get the local paper, whatever. But we did, we've made every effort for 4 or 5 years to keep the public aware of this project and of the needs for it. One quick thing before I turn it back to Sean, the picture there shows the site where our proposed new entrance will be. This picture is from 6 or 7 years ago when that was wide enough to drive through it. That yellow bar across the top was put there by the Michigan DNR because 4-wheelers were driving through there down to the beach. But that over the years of let's say benign neglect, that entrance there has shrunk from the brush to the point that it's now barely a walkway. But the space is still there, and Sean will explain how we will use the trail realignment and other things to make that site work as a new entrance. And I think now, yeah, if you want to go to the original plan, which what has dealt with, that's showing your stuff on the floor.
All right, so like Ed said, when we came on board Spicer Group, the DNR went through the grant process, issued the grant, and this concept was what was in the original grant package. So it was a concept that had parking on each side of the trail access was a little farther to the east and involved a crossing of the trail. And what happened then is there was a hearing, a stakeholders meeting, where we received a lot of input. And some of the same things that were the project goals I mentioned at the beginning, you see here kind of recurring, but some of the things brought up were traffic safety. And that included both vehicle and pedestrian. So this one involved a little vehicle crossing of the trail, which was which was a big deal. A lot of people were concerned about adding that crossing. Kayak washing is an issue. We don't have water. We don't have electricity out here, so we're gonna have to figure out plans to work with invasive species. Maintenance cleanup was brought up in these meetings. Environmental impact was a big issue. It was brought up yesterday as well. Just, our footprint and existing trees, resources. What will this project do to the area? Rules and enforcement was brought up. Not enough parking, too much parking is proposed. So we kind of heard both. We still today are still hearing that. Yesterday we heard that is there's kind of a big balance here we're trying to run between getting people off the road, but not impacting the site too much. And then the impacts the Betsy Valley Trail, which I kind of mentioned, one of the key ones here being the crossing of it. So we iterated quite a bit through a process here, and this is just a schematic. I do have a more detailed drawing that's probably already out of date based on some meetings, but just to give you some ideas of what we're looking at now. So we eliminated the vehicular crossing of the trail by putting all the parking on the west side of Betsy Valley Trail. That botany study that we talked about, we identified those areas and we're avoiding any impacts to those trees, though there will definitely be, trees and shrub and brush that will be impacted. We have to clear to get the parking lot in. We're going to add a permanent vault toilet with the county's contribution. Wheelchair access to the water, whether using the kayaks or not, it might just be for viewing. I picture a lot of people might just use this for viewing, but it is a DNR trust fund grant. We need to have ADA accessibility everywhere. And so there will be a boardwalk that will go from the parking lot by the dam. There'll be a viewing area there. It says fishing, which if you're familiar right now today, it's dry there. So there's no fishing going on, but it's really more of an overlook viewing platform. That'll continue out past the dam where there will be railings there to, prevent people from going onto the dam. There'll be a gate, of course, for access by the drain commissioner and whoever else needs to get out there. And then it continues out. We did set that trail back behind. There's a lot of trees on the shoreline that have been brought up that we need to protect, cedar trees, et cetera. So we've kind of cheated back and we're really utilizing existing, human traffic areas where there is worn paths, and we're putting the boardwalk on top of those to kind of limit erosion going forward, but really to utilize spaces that are already been utilized for that purpose. There is, what do we have? We have, from a parking standpoint, the previous drawing, just for frame of reference, had 21 regular parking spots, 2 pull-through parking spots, a drop-off area, and 1 to 2 handicaps, depending on how you look at it. So there's up to 24 parking spaces that were available in the previous concept. This concept, we have 13 regular spots and 2 handicap, for a total of about 15 parking spots in the current proposed plan. And again, a lot of discussion was on, do you need all those parking spots? Stormwater management. This is one of the things I am going to make sure we get this right. So the township, we don't necessarily have to, follow specifically the township guidelines, but we're going to do it for the project. The current overlay for this area requires that a 25-year storm is managed, and that's 3.5 inches of rain. And I bring it up because it does have an impact on how we look at this thing. So the intent is we're going to capture all that water. We're going to create some areas. We're going to plant it with native vegetation and infiltrate the water so that it's infiltrating and getting clean before it gets back to the river. So no, we're really looking to avoid any direct discharge at all to the river at this location. That is going to require some space, and we may have to reduce some parking spots to do that. And by reducing the spots, reduce runoff. So it's kind of a gain in two ways. That's one of the iterations we're probably going to go through. There is future parking identified. It's all hard to see on there. If you look to the east of the trail, there's kind of a loop. You know, if we end up reducing parking here and we find out in the future we really should have more, there is an option. We believe that more could be added in the future. We mentioned the viewing platforms and then the ADA kayak launch. And that is just a kayak launch, just to be clear. We need about 18 inches of water. A lot of this was brought up yesterday as well. To get out to a depth of a normal dock would be out several hundred feet. So we know that's not reality. So this is just truly a kayak launch. Just examples of elements. On the left, there is a trail. We call it a sidewalk. It's going to be a compacted limestone sidewalk. That's the upper left. There's just an example of the concrete parking spaces. They do need to be a paved or concrete parking spaces for DNR. Accept them. Lower left, typical boardwalk with no railing. We'll have some of that. That'll be pretty much at grade, a little above grade. And then areas along the dam, there will actually be a railing to kind of isolate from the dam. Lower right would be a typical gravel parking lot. These are all the parking lots are gravel. To kind of minimize runoff. We know that there'll still be a lot of runoff. The township has concerns with gravel. We're going to treat it like it's pavement, so we're going to kind of be conservative on that to be in line with the requirements. We're looking at a one stall bathroom, pre-manufactured unit. Upper left, that'd be typical. Upper right is a Moby mat. I didn't show that on the plan where this will be, but just to the north of the dam, there's going to be a point where the river and the lake meet. A lot of people gather there. We're going to run what we call Moby mat out. That's ADA accessible, and we'll run that right out to the water and into the water's edge. So wheelchairs can have access actually to the water's edge, and if not even into it. A typical viewing platform, lower left, and then lower right is an ADA accessible kayak launch. Tentative schedule. So we need to submit our plans and specifications to the DNR for review. We're under a grant schedule. And we were going to do that September 26th, 3 days from now. I think that probably will get pushed around a little bit based on some revisions, but we need to hold pretty close to that schedule because ultimately, with an extension requested, we have to have it constructed by the end of August of 2026. So we really need to get this bid as soon as possible. So we can get it under construction early in the year to be done by this date. We're looking at a late October, November bid advertisement. For us, that's an ideal time to bid because contractors all haven't filled their plates yet. If that has to slide, then we're really just running the risk of fewer contractors bidding the project. So that's a big balance we have to run is what can we get revised now into DNR for review and get this thing out to bid so we can get the best possible bids on the project. If we stuck to this schedule, we'd probably award the contract December, January and look at constructing in the spring. So it's not that there isn't float in this schedule, but the float, could cost opportunity in bidding. So some of our next steps, we're like I mentioned, we're currently in the Eagle permitting process. We're working through that. They have our application in. We may have to issue an addendum if we do some changes. Getting the bidding documents ready. I think the Parks Commission is looking at having a Parks Friend group. I don't know if that's in place, trying to develop that, make sure to help maintain it when this is built, get an approved maintenance budget in place. Establishing park regulations, even beyond those that are already in place. I know there already is regulations in place, no fires, etc., no fireworks. We do have a permit into the road commission that's being reviewed. I think we're in pretty good shape there. We've discussed it. The main item there is there's some discussion on that culvert being replaced and us staying away from it. But that permit's in process. Signage designs getting completed, developed. They mentioned the boat washing, and then revised railroad point plan, which again is a little bit out of our design window, and then once we're going to have a lot of native plantings going into these infiltration areas. and there'll be some monitoring of those. So, just a quick budget, and I think I'll start this by saying that, you know, these are estimates and we are very susceptible to the bidding environment. I don't know if it's been the same here in the county, but across the state and a lot of counties I work in, price has been pretty difficult in the last several years, with getting enough contractors to bid on projects. But we have, you know, list there some of the big items. I apologize, I had a little double count there in boardwalk and trail improvements. The bottom line number of 506 is correct. I just listed it twice. So $500,000 in, you know, the probable construction costs. We've got engineering and permitting, you know, so our total project is estimated at right now at $675,000, again, depending on bids. The trust fund's covering 300,000 of it. The Grand Traverse, Land Conservancy matched, or right at $300,000 in match, and then the county, $75,000. So it currently meets the budget if our bids, you know, crossing our fingers, come in okay. The modifications were, you know, that we could do to this to reduce the footprint, is a probably discussion that's going to be had amongst the team. That, you know, those could be potential savings there too. One note I will bring up is there was discussion on why don't you put this site on the east side where there's an existing parking lot? And some of the problems with that, it's current, that spot is about 0.1 acres. So as I mentioned, we need about probably 6 or 7/10 of an acre to put this site in. So there would still be environmental impacts on that site. We wouldn't be eliminating that. There'd be a lot of work that still has to happen in the wooded areas. It is a lower area. It may require some fill. It does require us to cross the trail, even though it'd be pedestrian traffic. And it's a longer path from there all the way around to where we want to access the river and the lake. And so, we've looked into, could we just cut straight over there and keep that path short? But there is a hill there, so ADA wise, it creates a lot of difficulty. So you kind of have to go ideally around up the Betsy Trail and then along the shoreline, which is, it creates a longer path. It's not that it's out of the question. It's just we definitely did look at that as an option when we started. And this is the preferred to the left. And there is some impacts that have already been on this site to the left with the original driveway and pathways, and that's where we ended up. So with that, I guess we're open to questions. I kind of went through that quick. I know you guys are, you know, on a timeline here. So, but again, Parks and Rec meeting yesterday had some comments.
So what I'd like to do at this point is, we've been at this about 30 minutes. I want to make sure we take all the time that the board needs on this subject, but I just want to alert you that we're at about 30 minutes on this already. So Ed, you've got some things you want to add?
Really just want to see where y'all are with it, as we discussed. Sean and the Sean's and I and a few others have been working on this for years and years. Reality is, where we go from here is your decision. So we want to make sure that you have all the information that you need on that. Sean and I, based on our discussion from yesterday and our meeting from yesterday, we've proposed some changes that would probably reduce the size of that parking lot a little bit, and ensure that we can meet that water quality standard for the township, which is pretty darn strict. But we think we can do that. A number of our commenters at the meeting we had yesterday were very concerned about the current management of the site, and I don't blame them. It's been a problem for many years. I think if you ask me where I would like to go, I would like to have our engineers tweak the design as they would like to, submit that to the DNR, because, you know, as I said, y'all are the final decision, but we can't go anywhere without the DNR's permit either. It would be essentially the same as we have here, but with a few less parking spaces. And then that the Parks Commission should commit itself to a process with with some community forums based on how are we going to manage this site in the future. It's been a topic from the very beginning. We're finally there now. If you recall, I said we got this lease on the site 4 years ago specifically to do this. And we've gone through the process of applying for a grant, finalizing the lease, hiring a designer, getting the design. Now we're ready to go with the infrastructure. And we'd like to do that while continuing discussions with the community and including some of the neighbors there of, how are we going to manage this site? What do we need? So that would be my recommendation. Now, I don't know if that requires any action by you today. Obviously, when we come with a final after DNR review, your approval is the last word. As of today, I think it's just process that doesn't need approval, but I'm not the guy to ask for that. I'm just a common pensioner. So, but that's where I am, and I think I think that works. I think we can continue discussions with the community about once we have this new access to this site, which I personally just think is terrific. But we do need to talk to the community about how are we going to manage it, because it's a new thing for the county and for us.
Sure. Thanks, Ed. So before we move further, excuse me just a minute. Before we move further, there is no action today on this, all right? But I think for clarification for the board that might help you form up any other questions that you may have, is the action item for the board when it comes here is for approval of the construction contract. Is that right, Katie? Is there anything beyond that?
Not typically. Our process is the subcommittees work through, and then when it comes to the contractual obligation, that's when the board gives that final approval. I asked them to come before you to give an update. This is a pretty large project, and we don't do a lot of those here in Benzie County. So that's why I've asked them to come give an update. And there's a lot of community concern, and there is question about the long-term maintenance and what that looks like for that park. If we build it, they will come, as Sean has said before, and we have to maintain it if that's the case. So that's why they're in front of you today, to give you that sort of breeze as to what that looks like. But at the end of the day, you will approve the construction contract, and then the project is built. You're not anywhere else in the process of developing these plans. The Parks and Rec Commission is. Gary is your liaison on that board.
Sean, you want to make some brief comments?
Try to be very, very quick. Thank you. And again, Sean Johnson, I'm with the Parks and Rec also, but I'm also the chairperson of the Railroad Point. One thing I want to point out is this document is being created by Sarah Kirk right now for the Parks and Rec. It's our new plan. And the plan has a couple things that are really key to me. One of them, it's listing all our parks that are available in Benzie County, and it has the ADA availability, and it rates that on a 1 to 4 scale, 1 being not very good, 4 being they can do everything that a non-limited person could do. None of our parks at this point is above a 2. So if you go to Point Betsy or if you go to any of the other parks in Benzie County and you're a limited access person, meaning like me, I'm going to limp a little bit, I'm going to have trouble with those parks. We have been very, very clear and very, very careful working with the ADA people out at the outlet to make sure that that's as ADA compliant as possible. We really do need to not present lip service, but present something that the other thing this thing shows is that we've got an older, aging population that's got a little more money. But what it tells me is more and more people have got movement limitations. And if I can create a park that's got those built into it, I've really created a community service. I know from history that this park has been providing entertainment and recreation for this community for 125 years. It really has always been at the nexus of that. The last piece of that, as Ed has said, and I go back to Rhonda with this, we have done our homework. Every group you can think of, be it the trail committee, the trail maintenance committee, the ADA people up in Traverse City, we talked to them. Why? Because when we came to this board, we wanted to make sure we had a finished product and one we were proud of, that we really had talked about all the little pieces. I really appreciate yesterday, we had a lot of ninth inning people show up at a baseball game. Now, I'm sure that if you come in the ninth inning of a baseball game, you want to know what happened in the first 7 innings or 8 innings. And I'm willing to go back over that for you, but that's really not my responsibility. I've been playing the game since the first inning. And we've made a lot of progress and we really like to take it home now. Again, I think this is going to be a community jewel. We really have done the homework for it. And I think if you give us the permission to do this, we can take it home. When I talked to Spicer, they told me that Parks and Rec needed to approve the 90% plans. We did that at our last meeting. So as far as Spicer is concerned, in that working agreement we've had with them, we basically said last month, this looks good, let's go ahead and do it. For us to back up this month and say, you know, we've had a change of plans. It really is going to throw a wrench into a lot of the timing. And I would hate to see us come up to next August and not have a plan that's going to get us to the finish line. The last piece I would add is I've talked to Katie. I recognize that we dropped the ball in terms of the taking care of the park next year. We don't have that in the new budget. We do have a contingency for that. There is a $5,000 railroad point fee or endowment. We're planning on using that next year to make sure that if that bathroom fills up before we have a budget to get that bathroom emptied, that it'll be taken care of. And if there's diapers on the trailways, someone's picking them up and we're paying them for it. So we're not taking this park and saying, hey, now it's your responsibility to take care of it. We really are trying to make sure that next year it has a great opening and a great reception from not only county residents, but from all the other people that are visiting our county. Thank you.
Now, before you leave, you referenced an individual, Sarah. Just very quickly, people probably should know who she
I'm
is.
sorry, Sarah Kirk has been zoning administrator, but she also does contract work. One of those is creating the new Parks and Rec cultural plan. And again, this will be available to the public, I think, very, very shortly. It's an excellent plan. Sarah has done her homework throughout our county. She has visited every community, really tried hard to get input from the public. This for me is a great piece to help me move forward as a Parks and Rec person. Thank you.
It's already on our website for those who are wondering. It's on the homepage.
So I'd like to open it up to questions. And Gary, I'd like to start with you since you sit on that group. Do you have any questions?
I got a couple now, but I didn't really want to get into it. So we're waiting for the bid process to see what kind of money we're talking and whether this will meet the amount we have. And the other thing I was going to ask you is, have we considered any rain garden type things for the runoffs? Have you?
Yeah, that's definitely incorporated. So we're gonna kind of sheet the water to some low areas that will basically be rain gardens, bioswales. They'll be planted with native plants and then the water will infiltrate through them.
Oh, Sean, those online can't hear you when you're back there.
Just to add to that, Steve Lagerquist from the Grand Traverse Regional Land Conservancy has worked really closely with us. We want to make sure there is no storm runoff. As they say, with that 25-foot our year storm. So he sat there and said, are these rain gardens going to be enough to take care of that kind of in? We really
I just didn't see them in here. So and I probably missed them knowing me. But thank you.
Other comments or questions?
I really don't have any more. I till we get the bids. And if it depends on the Parks and Rec, if they want to hold another public hearing or take questions from the public and answer those, that's up to them. There was quite a group of people here yesterday and a lot of concerns, and they brought up a lot of valid points. I'd like to see those addressed. I don't know if I'm up late, but anyway. Other than that, I kind of in a wait and see thing. The last aspect to this is going to be how we're going to maintain it and where the money's coming from and how that budget's going to affect the county. And I guess that's a work in progress. So.
And I'm going to turn to you next. It sounds like you've had some involvement in this. Any questions or comments you want to make?
Sure. I would be remiss not to start with appreciation. Are the folks that have been working on this, the time that they put into it, the energy. We are a better county. We can have confidence that our public lands are being very well stewarded. So I want to, there's nothing I can say that can give you justice, but we appreciate you and we're better because of you. So with that said, I was in the early stages of this plan, involved deeply. One of the biggest questions from the beginning was maintenance. There is an endowment fund that generates a $5,000, what would you call it, stipend, or there's endowment that can be taken from that chunk of money. So it was kind of at that point, it was a little bit of, well, there's money there because there's the endowment fund. And so we really don't have to worry that much about maintenance. I think we're going to be a little bit surprised that money is probably not going to cover what it takes. I did listen to the last tax allocation committee meeting. Sean Johnson spoke at that meeting about the money that our county allocates towards Parks and Rec, and we don't. And that's a problem. But with the next budget year coming up, I can say that the bottom of the page where it says anticipated cost to county, $75,000. We've just come off a very intensive budget process for next year. I appreciate you mentioning that perhaps the ball was dropped a little bit because I would have liked to have those discussions while we were approving a final draft of that. So that's where my concern lies is, do you anticipate having a friends group that is going to cover some of these ancillary costs? Is this something you're asking the county to find room in a finalized budget? How are you asking this board to approach that?
Well, first, for clarity, which I'm sure you're aware of that $75,000, you've already allocated 80,000.
Oh, that's part of that.
From ARPA.
Okay.
So that part, hopefully, God willing, is already taken care
I
of.
thought that number was in addition to.
No,
Okay.
that's that. Long-term maintenance, we also believe, we think the income from the endowment will be sufficient for however long in year one we need to do this.
Okay.
We do not think it will be sufficient in the long term because that money also goes for trail building, trail clearing, cleanup, and the rest of railroad line. So we think that will do for current budget year, and we'll be fine. We do think that long term, it would be well for the county to recognize the importance of parks to the well-being of the county and make some kind of an annual appropriation for this. Obviously, since I've discussed this with you in the past years, we think that some kind of a parks department, a parks manager is appropriate, and we believe eventually we'll get there. We understand that you all have to write the checks, and that's a tough responsibility. But we think long run, that's part of the answer. In terms of specific expenses year to year, I know Sean is working on a budget. We have some estimates. What does it take to cost? What does it cost to pump the bathroom, pick up the trash, pull the dock in and out? And that's money. It's probably in the range of 5,000 to 10,000 a year. But again, I'm estimating off the top of my head. So when we come to next year's budget, certainly there will be a request for that kind of expense, whether it's contract or county employee or whatever. We think the Friends group, as we envision it, will provide some eyes and ears on there, provide some community input to say, we got plenty of parking. We need more parking. We need more trash cans, and many of those folks that I hope will get involved are already walking through there and picking up the dirty diapers. So we want to bring them in and have an organized way of doing that. But all that is still somewhat up in the air, which is why I think I do not think that with all we've gone through with the infrastructure, that the comments we had last night changed much of anything except the things that Sean mentioned, that we think we can adjust that parking lot. But the comments about maintenance and operation of the site were right on. And we need to work with those folks over forever to work on that thing. And that's how we envision that. But to long answer your question, I think we will be asking for a county appropriation in your next budget and it will probably be in the $5,000 to $10,000 range. And we've have enough money from the endowment to get through this year.
Thank you.
Appreciate the response.
To that too, we've got a new committee that's been formed. Alex Harriman is our committee chairperson, and that is the community outreach. It is trying to answer a lot of the questions you just asked. How do we pay for the parks that we've got going? How do we get the information we need about the parks? And the other part for me that's huge is how do we get our townships involved? Every one of our townships has parks. Every one of our township has needs, and we're the coordinating group. So this new committee that we formed, one of the things they're really working at, this thing says over half the people in Benzie County don't know how to communicate with their government. That was scary for me. Our group is looking right at that. How do we communicate? Facebook's not the way, but there's got to be a way that I can reach most of the people in the community when we've got a change that we want to announce. That committee is just forming, and that is one of our huge goals, is how do we communicate with the community? And how do we get all the other agencies, meaning all of these townships that have got all these extra activities to go, bring them all together so we're coordinated. People in Benzie County that come to visit actually know Lake Ann has a Frisbee golf course and Benzonia has a baseball. Right now, we have very little way of communicating. Thank you.
Thanks, Sean. Any other comments, Rhonda?
Yeah, I did have one question. The Moby mat. Does that get overcome with sand? How do you keep that accessible, handicap accessible with high winds and, what we see Crystal Lake can do?
Yeah, there is some maintenance to it. We have them, I'm from Manistee, and we use Moby mats there all the way down to the lake shore, and very windy, a lot of drifting sand. So there is times when you do have to maintain it. But you'd be surprised, a lot of it will blow right across it too. So it's not, I won't say that it doesn't require any maintenance. There will be times when you possibly have some dunes on it that has to be brushed off or something. So, but generally speaking, I think it would be low maintenance.
I would like to add to that, though. An example is look at Beulah and the mat that they use there. And I've heard sitting on the sidelines, a number of people complain about accessibility, even though the mat's there. So consider their experience as you're considering the response to this.
That's a very good point. There's different types, and we should look into that.
Rhonda, any other comments or questions?
Yeah.
I'd like to open it up to the rest of the board then. Bob,
Yeah,
please.
if something. So we've been at this just less than 30 minutes.
About 40 minutes.
I'm curious how many people are not in favor of this, and do we allocate them 40 minutes now to speak their piece, which they deserve. I mean, if there's people in the audience that are against this, then I want to hear from them. I think it's a great idea. I think it opens another door. But also I believe there are people that are not in favor of this, and I'd like to hear from them.
I can respond real quickly. There is a public comment session coming up. More than welcome to hear from all the audience. People that are
At 3 minutes per.
Yes, well, the people that are presenting to you now were brought in to make a presentation. We're not public audience.
I understand that.
They're brought in because of a specific publication. We've done that, so.
But it's your choice, and I don't, we've heard them, no objection to hearing them again. That's up to you. Let's wait till they decide.
Are you part of their presentation?
No, he is, I will say, some very responsible opposition.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to reserve your comments, and this period of time is devoted to their presentation. But I love it when people are engaged and you get the opportunity. Bob, anything else?
No.
I do want to add my 2 cents worth. I'm really glad that you pointed that out, because I want to make sure, you've been talking about this to us since 2021, but we've never heard the other side of the discussion. But in fairness to you guys, I heard that really just became more vocal recently. So I think in order for us to make a good decision, even though our decision is limited to the contract, I think we need to understand what the opposition is and how we can reach compromise if necessary. Any other board comments or questions? But in preparation for this, I solicited some individuals for questions. Some of them have already been asked, so thank you very much. But I'm just going to touch on these quickly, and then I'm going to guess that you probably can address most of them. And I don't have a lot of background on it, so I apologize. But it says, how far out does the floating dock have to go to work with the water levels, and is that safe?
Yes, it goes out about 50 feet. It's a floating kayak dock. It requires an 18-inch depth, not for the kayak, but for the chute for the ADA accessible kayak launch feature. So it goes out until there's an 18-inch depth. And that, looking at it, the determination was that's a 50-foot dock. If we were trying to build a motorboat dock, we'd have to go out 100 feet, probably more than that in that site. It's pretty shallow. But this, all we need, as you know, you can paddle a kayak in a foot of water pretty easily, but this requires a little more than that because it has a mechanism that's under the water that lets the person wanting to take their kayak in or out to kind of float over that and come in. So the key thing there is the 18-inch depth, and we have to go out farther than we'd like to, but not as far as some people think in order to do that.
Okay. The next question is, has there been an environmental impact study? Sound like there was, but
This did not, and Sean might, this did not require a specific environmental impact state. It does require eagle permits. It did require delineation of the wetlands. But not, what people think of as an environmental impact statement, the thing that big corporations spend millions of dollars to do, is not required for a 2/3 of an acre project that has stayed out of the wetlands and out of the floodplain.
thank you. What's the consideration been regarding traffic on Mullino and potential increased traffic on Mullino Road?
An interesting question. We have met with the road commission. Part of what we'd like to continue doing with the neighbors is to get with the road commission as a group. The supposition that there will be increased traffic on Mullino Road is a guess. Mostly we're concerned about the big holidays. That I've been out there on a 4th of July weekend and counted 60 cars on the site. We do not believe it's environmentally sound to build a 60-car parking lot there. So the theory as far as the park is that we want to have enough parking to handle day-to-day and normal weekends and keep all or most of the cars off the road. As far as the cars fixing the traffic on Mullino Road, I don't think we can do that. One thing that we will do, that we've discussed, we've touched on this with the road commission, is that there's an odd thing that happens there, that the speed limit goes from 35 to 55 right at the trail crossing. And which makes no sense to anybody except the people who figure out speed limits. And in the past, the residents have asked for changes in that. The road commission operate on a state standard, which said you measure the traffic and the speed 85% of the people are going, we can't make a lower speed limit than that. There's new legislation, and I think Representative Kafia actually mentioned that to you, which would allow in specific cases a change of that. And we really want to get with Mullino neighbors, because they will be the people that the road commission will listen to go to the road commission and say, can we designate some no parking spaces for safety and so people can get in and out of their driveways? And can we take that speed limit so it's 35 miles all the way up the hill? There's no good reason to go 55 miles an hour up, between the outlet and M115 there. So, but that's something the road commission would only do if we go to it with the community. And we want to do that.
Sounds like there needs to be some consideration, just to kind of fill in that blank, because I've been involved with MDOT on these requests for changing road speeds. You're right, there is pending legislation that would allow the local community to have more input,
Yeah.
said simply, rather than being reliant on MDOT.
Yep.
I believe what's the last question I have is, has there been a study on what parks do for economic impact to our community?
Not a local study, no. There are studies and some of this was included in the Parks Director study that you funded 3-4 years ago. That parks have a tremendous impact on a community. If you remember the Networks Northwest seasonal population report, it said that on any summer day, there are 60,000 people sleeping in Benzie County. On a winter day, there are 18,000. And now, it may be that those people are coming for our wonderful roads. I doubt it. They're coming for the recreational opportunities and the scenic beauty and the access that our county provides.
So there hasn't been an economic study.
Not
Okay.
of the specifics of this park or of Benzie County, not that I'm aware of.
Thank you, Ed. I appreciate that. You wanted to add something?
Sean.
We have people that have joined us remotely.
I am referring back to the same booklet that I had, the cultural plan for the parks. Sarah on page 18 does talk about the tourism and economic impact of tourism.
Okay,
And she is talking specifically about park use, et cetera.
okay,
That's not a big overall scientific study, but it does talk about how she perceives it happening in the county.
sure.
And she really does see a strong connection between park use and tourist availability up here.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. So in echoing what Bob has said earlier, I think that we always need to hear all sides of the story, and we don't have the opportunity today to do that. Sounds like you're going to have another public comment period. I think it's important that the commissioners are aware of when that is so that they can take advantage of it. But what I'd like to do with the indulgence of the board today is we do have an opportunity to get some limited feedback on someone that has a different point of view, it sounds like, that's been following this. Sir, I'm sorry, I don't know your name, but if you'd like to take a moment to address the group, we'd invite that now.
Thank you.
And if you would just state your name and address, please.
Of course. My name is Taj Juchter. My wife, Mary, and I live on Forester Road here in Benzie County. Let me start by saying I hate being characterized as the opposition. We are not opposed to improving this area of the lake. We're some of the biggest users of this. We walk, run, bike, swim there, and we're there year round. We go through there daily, even in the winter. And so we are very protective of it. We're some of the people who pick up the litter. We're some of the people who admonish people who are not treating it properly, with the respect it deserves. And I don't know anybody, because we're talking to a lot of people who are considered interested in this. I don't know anybody who's saying, no, don't do anything. Everybody agrees the parking lot that's there now it's not an engineered parking lot. It's terrible. It's doesn't shed water. There's no facilities at all. Everybody thinks it'd be nice to have a bathroom there. It'd be nice to have a place to throw trash, and so you don't throw it in the bushes. And so it definitely needs an upgrade. I think the majority of the people who were at the Parks and Rec meeting yesterday had a passion about this, and it wasn't about do nothing or something. It was, can we meet all of the goals that these fine gentlemen were talking about? Can we meet them while being a little lighter handed on the environment? Where that parking lot is going is currently woodland. It's been decades just sitting there by itself. There's rabbits and birds nesting. It's gone back to nature. And so we have an existing parking lot. We're going to ignore that. We're going to build a brand new parking lot. If you look at the plan, you put the plan back up. The old parking lot is shown in green on the drawing, which to the eye makes it look like green space. It won't be. It'll be the same dirty, wet parking lot that people will still use. In fact, it'll be worse because I honestly believe that the heavy equipment that needs to come in will need to be staged there to bulldoze the woods to put in the new parking lot. So yes, we probably need a new parking lot. And to Ed's credit, after the meeting, how long was the meeting yesterday? 3 hours. We stayed 2 hours after that talking about some of the details. And this board doesn't want to be dragged through every minutia around what exactly would be a better plan. But I do think that with more citizen input, we could tweak the plan, keep it, fundamentally the same, hopefully keep the timeline, maybe save some money too, because it would be a little less impact to the local environment. And you heard these guys characterize that we've had all sorts of public input. And then you heard that phrase also used, stakeholder input. And I was puzzled because we heard that yesterday. And I was like, how did we miss this? How has this been debated, all these meetings? And Katie's not here anymore, but I found my old email from last November when we were debating the Camp Nearby situation. I wrote Katie and I said, what's new on the outlet? We're super interested in that. And the presentation you just saw showed the Record Patriot timeline starting back in 2021. Well, the last article in the Record Patriot was April of 2024. So it's been almost a year and a half since it has gone public with new variations of the plan. So we were oblivious to it, super highly interested, but oblivious to it. And so we found out kind of by accident that it was kind of a done deal coming here to be, sent to the DNR. And so that's what raised our hackles. And we came to the meeting yesterday and I went back and I wanted to know, how did I miss this? So last night I went through all of the meeting agendas, minutes, and the packets that went out over the last year. And there was no mention of public input. What there was mention of is that by invitation only, stakeholders were invited to provide input. And it says that right in the minutes. So it wasn't the public, but it was people deemed to be stakeholders. And that can be anything. That's any interested party. And you guys went through some of the organizations that you consulted with, which is great. Should do that. But I think the people that were here yesterday felt left out. They felt like their voices hadn't been heard. And that's why they were asking for a public hearing. So we can debate some of the finer points that'll make the most people as happy as they can be. Some people are not going to be happy, but we think there is opportunity to tweak this plan without tearing the whole thing up. And so that's why we came yesterday. And we only found out about this meeting at the meeting yesterday. So that's why there's not very many people here, because they couldn't plan for it. They had to go back to work. And so that makes me kind of by default a representative for all of those opinions.
I appreciate you taking the time this morning to be here. Sometimes we do get these late notices. If you'd be willing to hold your place a minute, any questions for this gentleman?
Just one other thing that was brought up was we already have a park at Bellows. And is this the correct place to go? The water depth out there, the 18, I'm just trying to repeat what was said yesterday a little bit. So there was some concern that they didn't want it here and to leave this in its natural state. But of course, the park at Bellows is owned by the city of Frankfurt. So don't know if it's a workable solution or not, but I just thought I'd bring it up.
Yeah, that's a good point. Anybody who's swam there knows that it's very shallow, very far out. And Ed said properly they need 18 inches. So I don't know if that's 18 inches at the target lake level or at the low lake level that we saw last year. It may be high and dry, depending on the lake level, depending on the weather. So I don't know where that fits. And the Bellows was brought up because it's a much steeper drop off. It's a regular boat launch. And so you get to 18 inches before you get to the end of the dock. And it's a much more reliable place to launch a kayak. We also heard from kayaking experts that said they're just not going to use this. Honestly, they're just not going to use this here. And so I'm not an expert. I'm not going to just paraphrase them, but that's part of the debate on the kayak. I understand the DNR pressure. You submit this thing to the DNR. They want to see some kind of boat launch. Maybe that could be simplified. This $100,000 just to put the floating dock out there. The floating dock is necessarily the kayak. Kayak is not going to be used. Maybe there's a simpler solution that would save a bunch of money, maybe bring the whole thing in under budget, because we're still at risk that you get the bids and you're not gonna have enough money to do the plan as it is. So anyway, the other thing was environmental impact statement. You don't need an environmental impact statement to know what a bulldozer in the spring is going to do to an acre of woodland. You know, that's when the birds are nesting, baby rabbits, you know, we see them all the time there. It's a wildlife sanctuary right now. You flatten it all, you know what's going to happen. So there probably needs to be a parking lot there. If you walk those woods very carefully, which we did after we talked yesterday, and there is kind of a clearing area there that's kind of open. So maybe a smaller parking lot could go in there without as much environmental impact as what the plan you just saw has.
Thank you. Other comments for this gentleman? Questions?
Can you spell your last name for me?
Last name is Juecher. And the first name was Tadge, Tadge. It's like badge with a T.
Thank you.
And I'm just an interested party here, just a frequent user of the trail.
Couldn't be more excited that we've got engaged citizens. Ed, is there something you're wanting to wrap up on?
No, I wanted to help add something. After, as he mentioned, we had a very long conversation yesterday, and I took his ideas back and talked to Sean about, you know, could we truncate that parking lot a little bit? And the answer is most likely yes. So, and that's the final iteration that we'd be working on before we submit this to the DNR, which is why, as Sean mentioned, we probably won't be doing it this Friday, but next week. If we reduce, you can see here, if we get rid of about 3 of these, 3 or 4 of those, then we can pull the end of this back, keep more of it in the current clearing, and by reducing about 3 parking spaces, makes it easier to meet that standard of 3.5 inches, handling 3.5 inches of rain without including the early plan has a swale that's closer to the outlet than we really like.
Sure.
So by doing that, by partially, not totally, partially taking his suggestions, we think we can make this a better project. So we've listened very carefully to the public, and we've also listened very carefully to our engineers about what needs to be done. But
Ed, I want to,
as uncomfortable as it is, we do appreciate the comments from folks like.
and I appreciate the feedback. Now, I want to be careful we don't turn this into a workshop, okay?
Yeah.
So just to bring this to a close, if I could, and I don't want to sound inappropriate when I say this for the public, but as a governing board, we form other committees and authorities to thoroughly vet things out to bring us the answers back. I'm always challenged about ignoring information that I'm getting from people that have spent a lot of time putting these things together. So I do lean heavily, and I'm thinking other board members do too, on the feedback that we're getting. But again, this is work that's been assigned out, actually adopted and originated with the Parks group. And what I'm hopeful for is that there's a compromise that's found. We, quite frankly, we don't work hard enough on compromise these days. And I think it's absolutely critical that we look for a solution. And I'll remind this group that we're going to have an opportunity to hear all sides of this discussion again at a scheduled input period. Right, Ed?
I'm not.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Sean.
I didn't get to say.
And please get that information to Katie so Katie can then share that with the rest of the group. We've been over an hour at this, so we probably need to bring it to a close. We have other agenda items. Gentlemen, thank you for being here today. I don't want to cut the board off. Is there anything else you want to end it with? And thank you for taking the time.
Art. I just wanted to say, I also got some letters, and were very similar to what you were talking about. I think I've been to Railroad Point when I was a child. I haven't been since. But I will say that I'm listening also, kind of what Art was saying is that it looks like there has been a lot of thought into it. And I appreciate that. And yeah, unfortunately, I guess we didn't have a lot of public input, but it sounds like this group is really looking to work with the public. And so I really appreciate that as well.
Thank you.
Last thing I would say, this board member, if you do have people, constituents writing.
Sean.
If you do have constituents writing you, please forward the email to us. We
Okay.
won't try to respond to us. I've been getting them the last couple of days too.
Okay,
And-
could I have a card or something? Yes, could you have do you have a card that you can give me?
I'll get it to her.
Okay,
And
thank you.
because that door has been opened, what I'd encourage the commissioners to do is if you're getting written communication, particularly electronic, get it to Katie. Katie will get it to Sean or the appropriate person,
Good.
but then also share that with the entire group.
Yeah, we indicated to the group yesterday that was here speaking to email the Benzie admin at benzyco.gov,
Okay.
and then we will shuffle those out appropriately.
The more information we have, the better the decision this board can make. And this is not public input. I understand that, but this was the presentation from the Parks Department today. I allowed this gentleman because he indicated he was speaking for multiple groups. At least I was left with that impression. You are going to have the opportunity for public comment either at the end of this meeting, you'll get 3 minutes, or when they hold their a new public comment period. And I assume it's going to be a fairly soon date, right? Yeah, and I don't want to sound, dictatorial, but I'd lose control of my meeting otherwise. Okay. All right. It's 11 o'clock. For the board's benefit, we're going to take a 5-minute break, please. We'll come back about 11:05, please.
You're unmuted.
All right, we're gonna call this back together again. I invite you, if you have further conversations, to take those out to the hallway. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're moving into old business. Katie, I want to invite you to introduce that subject, please.
Absolutely. So in your packet today is consideration of introducing a public land ordinance for Benzie County. You'll recall about 2 months ago, Rebecca Hubers and I brought forward this idea of creating some sort of public land use ordinance in Benzie County because we did not have one for various reasons. You supported us on that. So we went back to the drawing board, created a draft ordinance utilizing many other ordinances around us, sent that over to the prosecutor's office, our legal counsel, the sheriff's office, Parks and Rec Commission, and Betsy Valley Trail Management Council. Everyone's looked at this document. And so today I'm asking you to officially introduce the ordinance. After it is introduced, it would be scheduled for possible enactment over a month from now. So that gives us plenty of time to put this out into the public so that folks can see what the proposed ordinance would look like for Benzie County. To clarify, this is Benzie County properties. This isn't township parks and your personal property. This is specific to Benzie County owned lands.
Katie, if this is moving forward, does this go then to a future agenda for public comment?
Yes, so you could take, yes, at the future meeting, October 28th, we will have possible enactment considered. And at that time, we could take public feedback.
Very good. Is there questions or comments? And I'll ask you to direct them to Katie on this.
Chair, may I?
Please.
Okay. I only had in reading through the document again, because this is not the first time that we've seen this.
Correct.
There were 2 areas that gave me some pause that I wanted to bring up. If anybody has frequented Point Betsy, it is common to see families and groups sitting around a little fire, doing s'mores, having family time. I guess it concerns me a little bit. I just want to ask the question, how much this has been thought out, because that is something our tourists and our residents do for recreation commonly. And based on what I read, we're saying you're violating a rule moving forward if you do this. That gives me pause. And then the other area that I just, it was the marijuana section about ingesting gummies, or, I understand the no smoking thing. It can be, I guess, how would we know? If we're creating rules and laws, shouldn't we be able to know if they're being violated to be able to enforce them? So those are the 2 areas that I just kind of thought on a practical level in approving this document. How well has that been thought through?
Sure. And so, like I said, this is when the sheriff's office and the prosecutor's office and legal counsel have reviewed this. The idea is to put the mechanism in place. We're not going to run around testing everybody to see if they had gummy bears that day. But if there was a situation where that fact then led to additional, during an investigation, we have this to fall back onto, just like a fire. Are we going to enforce this day to day? We don't have the ability to. The average person is going to follow the rules. Absolutely. But this is a tool so that if there is a problem, we said, well, it wasn't supposed to happen that way, or you weren't supposed to do it that way. It's a tool to be utilized when it's necessary. We're saying we don't want fires there because what happens when there is a fire and then there's the liability of start all the trees on fire? Whose fault is that? Is it the county's? Is it that person's? This document helps create that
purely
framework.
from liability reduction standpoint.
Correct. We have 0 framework as it stands now.
Wanted to say the things that gave me pause.
Yeah.
Thanks for taking the time to read it. Other comments or questions? If not, I'd entertain a motion.
Make a motion that the Board of Commissioners introduces the Benzie County General Land Use Ordinance for proposed enactment on October 28th, 2025.
Mark, you will support.
Thank you. Any last shots at this? If not, if you're ready for the question.
May I?
Yes,
So this is because, even though we're going to do this, we will still have a public comment. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, then, okay, that was my question.
thank you. Good comment. Glad you stressed it. We do this on roll call, please.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs.
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Trigg,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes,
motion carried.
very good. The next subject, my comments before I turn this over to Katie is that we had looked at this previously. We all agreed that we really wanted to see what does that lawsuit kind of look like? And what is the consequences to us participating in that? We got some late communication from our attorney that addresses that. And Katie, although I typically wouldn't ask this, I know you've handed this out, but can you read this for the benefit of the group to make sure everybody's aware of where we're headed with this and what, if any, consequences there are?
Well, first, because this is a legal opinion from our legal counsel, I cannot unless the board is going to authorize release of this legal document.
Oh,
Which we could do a vote on that.
Yeah.
And I'd be willing to make that motion because of this.
Why can, the urgency is pushed back a couple of weeks. I just found out this morning that the state of Michigan with the bid out process, pushed back the timeline for the response to October 13th, I think, because there's litigation that the court hearing is supposed to be October 9th. So this got pushed back. The injunction lawsuit is going to be held on October 9th with the due date now for the bid out. Let me check. Make sure I have the dates correct. Yeah, October 13th, and the hearing is scheduled for October 9th.
so it does give us a little breathing room, but I would like to see if anybody's willing to entertain a motion to waive privilege on this so that it can be read.
Make the motion that we waive the attorney-client privilege on this letter so it can be read in a public meeting.
I'll support.
Will you amend your motion to specifically state the title of the privilege? Because you were very general just now, which
Oh.
some could interpret as all.
Title is Community Mental Health joining a lawsuit.
And we have,
I'll amend my support.
is there any comments or questions? I do have one, Katie, and I know that I'm not asking you to practice law, but is there any negative consequences of us doing this? I've never done waive privilege before, so is there anything that we should be alert to by us doing this?
You're able to do it, but it does become a slippery slope. That's all I'm
We
saying.
have done it in the past.
You have done it in
We
the
have.
past.
In the 9 years I've been here, I haven't, so.
Yeah, you just need to be very careful in doing so. It becomes a slippery slope.
All right, so let me be very clear for the audience there. This is because it's been some open dialogue. It's, for some people in the community, it's very publicly been discussed. I think it's important that we understand what we could potentially be doing today. So with that, Katie, would you read that? Oh, I'm sorry.
We gotta vote on
I need
this.
to
You have to do a
call
roll
for the
call.
vote on.
Are we still discussing?
We could.
Okay, I just want to offer that we don't necessarily have to read our recommendations from our attorney to stand on what they say. I get concerned when we do things that we don't normally do because we set an idea of a precedent. An attorney opinion for who they represent, which is Benzie County, this board, to me should be confidential unless there is a really compelling reason that it should be read. So I approach this with a lot of caution.
I'd
I
like
just want
to,
to share that.
I'd like to respond
Sure.
because I understand exactly what you're saying. I'm actually doing this more for our board than the public. We got this handed to us as we're walking in. I wanted to make sure that everybody, not everybody always takes, you hand me something, I don't always read it. And I wanted to make doggone sure that people had seen this communication. So this really is for me about less about the public and making sure that we had all been aware of the communication.
I can offer up, just ask the board members to take a couple minutes to read it.
That a great approach too. We've got a motion and a support on the table. Unless they want to withdraw it, we're going to need to take action on that motion.
I don't have a problem, but I can withdraw. I really don't have a problem sticking with
Call
my
for the vote.
motion. So we can vote.
Let's call for the vote, please.
Nye,
No.
Roloffs,
No.
Sauer,
Yes.
Craig, Greg,
Yes, sorry, I had to think about it.
Davis,
Yes.
Janat,
No.
Markey,
No.
motion failed.
So what I'd like to do is take the next couple of minutes and ask the board members to familiarize themselves with this communication. And then we'll come back to the agenda item. Is there additional time needed? Christie, how you doing over there?
Good.
All right, good. Thanks for taking the time to read that. Katie, do you want to reintroduce this subject or?
Sure. So what's in your packet is items that were previously distributed to you in a public packet, as well as some additional information that Chip Johnston had sent on after the last meeting. I did forward on this morning. Chip had just sent me a message on local article regarding Manistee supporting this endeavor as well. So what is before you today is whether or not Benzie County would like to support this effort. There are many ways to support an effort going forward, whether it's through resolution of support or actually naming yourselves as a supporter within some sort of legal documentation. I think all have merit, specifically if this board would like to support this endeavor. And because there is now some additional time in the process that takes a little pressure off things, I think a great idea would be for the board to maybe adopt a resolution or adopt a motion supporting the endeavor in theory of how it's rolling out. But until you're feeling comfortable with the actual what is to be proposed going forward, I hate to see you take action that maybe you're like, oh, we shouldn't have did that. We should have taken more time. If you were to simply adopt a motion or a resolution saying you're supporting this endeavor moving forward, that's not binding you to any monetary contribution or to be, specifically named in a litigation or anything like that. You're simply supporting the endeavor. That would be appropriate at this time, unless this board does feel compelled to move forward in a more significant way.
I would like to add that looking at the timeline, our next board meeting would be after the due date of the responses.
That's correct.
But I do like the idea of motion or a resolution supporting this endeavor. I do agree that we should probably see some language of a lawsuit before we decide to participate in.
So you have this recommendation for a motion in front of you, and I noticed that it says joining any litigation. We certainly could limit that to saying supporting.
Correct.
Versus joining, which changes, quite frankly, the teeth in it, but it does put the public and the administration on notice that we're not in favor of what's going on.
Correct.
With that said, Would anybody like to put a motion out there with support and we can bring it back for further discussion?
Well, I would definitely like to make a motion that Benzie County supports or opposes the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services current bid out process to realign the community mental health regions. I'm sure we could reword that a lot better.
Well, we need to have the wording before we can act on it, so. Tammy, you're gonna need some help, right?
I am.
So I'm just gonna make this observation if I could, Tim. If you read the recommended motion in front of us.
Yep.
Really, in order to get to where we want to go, in the third line, it says by joining any litigation. We could simply say by supporting any litigation. And I think that kind of gets us to where we want to go.
I'm good with that.
Well, you're authorizing the county though to challenge the RFP process.
No.
Does that mean we're writing a letter challenging, or are you simply adopting a motion and or resolution which does not support the process?
How about instead of saying challenge, oppose?
I think that would be better.
And I can tell you for myself, I've already contacted our elected officials and voiced my opposition to it. So in a sense, I am challenging it, but I'm doing that on an individual basis, not on a
County.
board member. So what words do we need to change in order to make this work so that Tammy doesn't have to try to craft something?
It sounds like it's to authorize Benzie County to oppose Michigan Department of Health and Human Services request for proposal for public behavioral health services by supporting litigation initiated by the Central Wellness Network, the Northern Michigan regional entities and associated partners, with the understanding that no cost will be assessed by the county.
Is that what you?
And drop that last sentence.
Yep.
With the understanding that no cost. I think if we ended that with a period, because we're just
say no.
saying we oppose the,
Exactly.
Yep.
So take out will be assessed by the county.
That's my motion.
That's your motion. Okay.
I'll second.
Okay. And at the risk of being overly conservative on this, can you read that one more time, please?
Okay. To authorize Benzie County to oppose the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services request for proposal for public behavioral health services by supporting litigation initiated by the Central Wellness Network, the Michigan Regional,
Northern Michigan.
the Northern Michigan Regional Entity and associated partners, with the understanding that no cost.
Nope.
We're stopping.
Oh, stopping
or
right
with.
there,
Yep.
under, okay,
What I thought.
Association nurse period.
okay, gotcha.
What I was looking for.
are we at discussion?
We are.
Supporting, can that be construed in any negative ways? How can somebody do we need to be more clear, or are we just stating a position?
I mean, I'm interpreting that you're simply stating your position in this situation of Benzie County supports a resolution which indicates you're opposing.
Should it
X,
say
Y, and Z.
supporting a resolution?
Well, or motion, either way, but
By
yeah, it
supporting,
would add a little clarity if you would like to.
because it says supporting litigation. When someone supports litigation,
Yeah.
what does that mean?
Depends on who's interpreting it that day.
Maybe we're micro.
It could be
Analyzing.
semantics, but I want to make sure you're all comfortable with what we're doing. That's all.
We're saying we don't agree with the state.
That's all I'm saying.
At the end of the day.
Would it make you feel comfortable to really water that down and just simply say the Benzie County Board of Commissioners opposes X, Y, and Z, period?
Yeah, we oppose the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services request for proposal public behavioral health services, period.
Period.
Good.
Period.
There you go.
That's very, I
So
mean,
you're
it-
amending
you're
your
opposing
motion.
it.
I'm gonna
You're
amend
not
the motion
committing
to say that the Board of Commissioners authorizes Benzie County to oppose the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services request or proposal for public behavioral health services.
I agree.
Good on that?
Okay, yep, we got that.
Who supported that?
I did.
Dave.
Thank you. Are you good with that?
Yep.
May I also say, as part of discussion, that sometimes when we just say this, it kind of stays here. But if we do like an ordinance type thing, right, we send that to other bodies. And so I'm just throwing it out there that by doing this, we're just basically saying to our own little circle here that we don't like this. But I think if we had an ordinance, right, and that's where
You
we
mean
say what we don't like,
you're-
and it sends, sorry, resolution, my mistake. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. But when we do that, we send that out to other bodies and let them know, hey, we're not on board with this. I'm just
I would,
throwing that out.
I would anticipate, by you taking, we would do a letter, right? You take this action saying saying the board can oppose, the county can oppose this. That to me says that Art and I can sign a letter on behalf of Benzie County and send that off to Chip and whoever saying Benzie County opposes
And the
this.
governor.
Sure,
Okay,
right
so-
to the governor.
So that's part of that supporting piece, maybe. I don't know.
But
Anyway.
what you're trying to accomplish is making sure that our peer groups understand where our position is on this, regardless of how that happens, whether it be a letter or resolution. Rhonda?
I do appreciate what Christy's saying, and I think that our sheriff has already provided a letter
Mhm.
opposing this, and this letter could be added in addition, as supporting documentation, making it very clear where our county stands, and I agree with that. I'm not sure, I get a little nervous sometimes about resolutions only because they seem to be ineffective. But getting a letter in, Chip Johnston's hands to say, this is where the counties I represent stand, would be a good thing.
I can tell you, and I've said this repeatedly, elected officials that I network with, they don't pay much attention to resolutions. They really don't. Katie, and there'd be no reason why we couldn't put this on our letterhead, send it off to Central Wellness and other governing bodies we think would be appropriate
Mhm.
under our signatures.
Absolutely.
So we'll make sure that that happens if this passes. Any other comments or questions?
I'm concerned about the liability by us doing this to a certain extent. I disagree with DHHS, but the motion didn't say to send a letter. It just said the commissioners authorize or I don't want you to
Oppose.
read it again, oppose this. I'm really this is giving me heartburn to say the least. Are we saying if it goes to a lawsuit of some sort, we're gonna be dragged into it financially one way or another? I don't know.
No, not by simply sending a letter or a resolution that say you oppose something. You're not agreeing to joining anything. You're just saying at face value, I don't agree. You're not committing to, joining anything. You're just saying, hey, I don't agree.
Yeah, but yeah, excuse me.
No, that's, I want you to be able to finish your thought.
I'm just feeling that if I'm in opposition to this, it's gonna be misinterpreted and that I am against what DHHS is doing. Just don't know this is the right way to go.
Appreciate your comments. Any other comments? Why don't we take the vote and see where we're at?
Roll-offs?
Whatever agreeing with Tim is means yes.
Okay, yes. South,
The motion on the table.
Yeah.
I'm gonna vote no.
Greg,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
motion carried.
There you go. See what I started?
That you're agreeing with me. That's like crazy.
There you go.
And just to be absolutely clear on this, and typically I wouldn't want to revisit it, but Gary, it's not that you're supporting what the executive branch of our state is doing, is you want to understand what the liability is for the county by this language that we're supporting.
And
Very good. So did I cut you off?
nope, you're good.
Okay.
Need to come.
So if there's no other old business, the first piece of new business I'm going to introduce, it seems in the last 30 to 45 days, there has been some discussion about forming a personnel committee. I had approached some of you about serving on that committee. And I think there's a motion in here.
Correct.
Unless there's something to be added to that, I'd like to encourage a motion to be made.
I'll make the motion that the Board of Commissioners appoints Commissioners Markey, Nye, and Davis to a Personnel Committee to assist administration with personnel, collective bargaining related items.
Is there any support for that?
I'll support.
It's open for discussion?
I'd just like to point out, you never had this conversation with me to ask me if I'd want to do it.
Well, actually, I did. But I'm not at liberty to talk about one right now.
Okay.
Yeah. But no, that's not fair. You were there.
My only discussion is, are these three individuals gonna be on the, when we start negotiating contracts?
That's 4 years from now, so a lot could change by then.
There's no openers between now and then?
No, we got rid
Isn't
of
that
those
special?
and we
Thank
got
you.
4-year
All right.
contracts.
And these committees get reappointed every year.
Every,
and
yeah.
There's, and right now, I think, quite frankly, how this all came about is about grievance periods.
Correct.
And that's how this came up. You all right with it?
Yeah.
Any other comments or questions? And Tim, I'm sorry that I didn't do a good job of communicating, but
Oh, I'm good
all
with it.
three of you were in the room when I said bing, bing, bang, and there we go.
I'm good with it.
Okay. I think you'll do a great job on that committee. And I'm being sincere when I say that. Let's call for the vote.
Sauer,
Yes.
Trigg,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs,
Yes.
motion carried.
Katie, you want to introduce the next subject, please?
Yeah, so the next item on your agenda is specific to the Central Dispatch Department. Benzie County has adopted the prescribed record retention schedules as put out by the state of Michigan. The Central Dispatch record retention schedule has been updated at the state level. Corey brought that to the Central Dispatch Advisory Committee to talk about that record retention schedule and whether or not we want to adopt the new record retention schedule. As a consensus, that board said, yes, we would like to adopt the new record retention schedule. However, they did offer they wanted to extend the retention on a few different items. The big thing of it is one of the items that used to be considered permanent record, now under the new record retention schedule has been shortened quite drastically. From our standpoint as Benzie County Central Dispatch, we would like to maintain those records indefinitely because they help for various reasons in the sense of looking back at a cold case and you need those documents or, those sorts of things. By keeping them permanent versus cutting down the record retention process, we're not going to hurt ourselves in the sense of FOIA, right? If you keep something and you have it past retention, doesn't mean you don't have to give it during FOIA, you do. The way these records are kept, it's all the same search database. So it's in the same database as they are now, and you're simply searching keywords and dates and such to pull these records. So the database is going to pull those older records even though they're outside of retention, because we as a county are saying we want to keep those records longer than shorter. So there is a motion in your packet today. There's also a memo from Corey Ellis, who is unable to be here. He's at testing right now, that talks about this specifically. You will see the record retention schedule in here in addition to the red line from the Dispatch Advisory Board, their thought process on that. Like I said, we adopt all the record retention schedules from the state. It's my understanding there's been a couple more that are now updated at the state level too. So I would anticipate the board seeing a few more record retention schedules coming forward here in the near future.
Are there questions or comments you'd like to address to our administrator on this?
Just that if we keep them forever, is that because we're on the cloud now, so it's easier to do, or?
Yeah, much of these records are already maintained that way specifically. So, someday we're going to have to deal with this whole cloud storage issue and what that costs to the municipalities. That's pretty common. But yes, so we maintain a series of ways of keeping our records. We have cloud storage. We also have specific on-premise storage and those sorts of things. So we're keeping our records in various different ways for redundancy and stuff.
And to be fair, just because I listen to way too much talk radio, is it true that, you know, there are cases that have pivoted on things that have been heard in these calls? And they have, you know, they have confirmed or disputed timelines of people in certain cases. So there's important information in those calls.
That's correct.
Anything else? And just my 2 cents worth, I come out of a very heavily regulated industry. And my position has always been that I comply with the letter of the law and not the spirit of the law. And record retention beyond its required period has its consequences too. There's reasons why you have retention periods. There's reasons why you abide by them. I've talked with administration about this, trying to address my own concerns. But keep in mind that, yes, it's great to be able to refer back 20 years and what really happened there. But there are times where you're going to wish you may not have had that information too. All right.
And I understand what you're saying, and I do think I would be open to maybe a middle road instead of in perpetuity. But the way the schedule stands right now, I'm seeing 90 days, you know, 2 years. Some court cases don't make it through that whole process in that timeline. So it seems unreasonable to support this.
I agree with you, and I'm not going to be a dissenter on it because we're going to look at this again at some point in time. All these policies, we're going to be looking at it.
Yeah.
And we'll have a chance to have some real world experience by that time, and it may change our opinion or may not. Do we have a motion on this?
Yeah, there is a motion.
I will make the motion. It is my recommendation that the Board of Commissioners adopts the updated records retention and disposal general schedule number 34 for 911 call centers, and further approves the adoption of the Benzie County Central Dispatch recording and retention policy, which defines extended retention periods more consistent with the needs for Benzie County Central Dispatch and its public safety partners.
Mark, you'll support.
Any other additional,
So I do have a question.
please?
What are these specifically, so sheriff telephone, so any call that comes in is recorded? And so if it's like what they were calling like an admin call, is that what this is? And that we record those admin calls too? I'm just trying to understand what we're you know, what these records are.
Under sheriff, are you able to answer that?
Sorry.
Are these only 911 calls that are being monitored, or are they general?
Let me look at the.
It's just the county issued phones.
Yeah, these are administrative lines. The ones that I looked at in the very first part are the hard lines into the sheriff's office. Those need to be recorded. And I think those fall within that retention period. So it is the extension for jail control. It is the extension for the sheriff's phone. It's the extension for my phone. It's the extension for Brenda's phone, for Linda's phone. And those they do have some investigative purpose. Sometimes calls start directly with those lines rather than, I don't think this is so important I should call 911. I think I'm going to call my buddy, the sheriff, and that needs to be recorded, and that could be used, in a cold case 10 years from now.
But it won't, because after 180 days, we're getting rid of them.
If those are that
Fine.
important, as long as we secure those,
Okay.
or we think, hey, this is going to have some, we can pull that and have it. Usually, when it's important or not.
Okay.
That it's going to be, I transferred this screaming person down to dispatch so we could get appropriate cars responding. I'm going to save that. I'm going to make the effort to save that and make sure we get that done within that retention period so we have it retained. That doesn't mean it automatically disappears then.
So
we can preserve that for an indefinite amount of time.
Okay. Okay. And so that's the same with like the dispatch telephone, that's admin as well, because it says like no 911. So
Where are you,
I'm just,
where are you looking?
so under sheriff telephones, it goes down to dispatch telephones.
Yep.
180 days, and it says call taking position 1, 2, and again in parentheses it says no 911. So
Yeah, so that'd be the other line, not the 911 dispatcher line. It'd be like an admin line, we'd refer to it as.
And so our 911 calls are on a different retention schedule.
Correct, because they're different. That's different.
Yep, yeah, I'm just trying to understand what I'm voting on. Okay. And then radio communications, that is just going back and forth between cars, back and forth between this. So then central dispatch gets on a radio and talks to folks.
Yes, this is
Okay.
the fire channel, the law enforcement channel, and the fire paging channel.
Okay. And this is normally just your initial, hey, something's kind of going on here. I want to bring this to your attention.
Yep, it could be as simple as sending a car to dispatching a car to somebody's mailbox being smashed to those high priority ones. But we make efforts to save those and preserve those high priority ones in case they're needed for future use. They go into a completely different retention period.
Thank you. Thank you for answering my questions. Appreciate that.
Good questions. Anybody
Any other
else?
questions for me?
Go ahead, man. Did we get a motion of support? on
We have motion and support. Yep.
Any other comments or questions? Why don't we call?
I do have one more. So I'm sorry. I'll just state my question. You talked about too, how sometimes you can pull a call out and save that for later. And I'm assuming we're doing that now? And is that somewhere or I don't
It
know.
is. It's a much longer retention period, or it stays with that case wherever that case goes. And becomes evidence, and if it's a criminal case. So that has to be then a whole different retention schedule that doesn't have anything to do with dispatch. It has to do with the sheriff's office retention.
Okay, so I think what I'm understanding is then it's becoming a different classification.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, very well.
Sorry about that.
Anything else? Christie?
Thank
That's
you.
good questions. Let's call for the vote.
Trigg,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs.
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
motion carried.
Katie?
Sure. So the next item on your agenda today is specifically to MPSCS credit. So the state of Michigan authorizes reimbursement credit for the local municipalities who put up an emergency communications tower. As you know, we were successful in putting up an emergency communications tower in Frankfurt. And so the MPSCS has given $38,000 in credits to Benzie County for the utilization towards radio telecommunications. Now, this money is very, very specific. It cannot be utilized by Benzie County for ongoing costs related to the tower. The MPSCS does not allow for that. This is very, very specific to the radio system, like radios, portable radios and such, cannot be utilized for utilities and things like that. So as far as they go, let me see, Corey did send me what the member MPSCS member radio initialization and pager talk group fees as identified, which is this credit, are assessed to each radio initialized within the MPSC system. The credit identified within the agreement may only be applied towards the member's radio initialization or pager talk group fees. So essentially what that's saying is if Tom King needs to buy new portable radios, we can give him up to $250 to help pay for that radio and its connection to our radio system. But we can't use it to pay the DTE bill specifically. So the Central Dispatch Advisory Board talked about these credits as to, how we're going to utilize these credits in Benzie County. We have to utilize them within 10 years. And the process that they came up with, which is outlined in your packet from Corey, is that a request would be made to the Central Dispatch Advisory Board from a given agency. It could be EMS, it could be Thompsonville Fire or what have you. And they're going to say, we would like some money back to go towards the purchase of a radio that's on your system for radio telecommunications. And so that board would say, yep, $250 goes to Thompsonville or goes to Benzie EMS to help support the purchase of this radio and its connection to our radio tower specifically. The reason that it's coming before you, while it's only $250 max per device at a time, is that the overall cost is well over the spending authority of administration or department heads, $38,000 over the next 10 years. And so it's coming before you to support the Central Dispatch Advisory's recommendation that these funds be utilized in accordance with their process. To the request is made, it is reviewed, and then approved by Central Dispatch Advisory Board to then reimburse whatever agency it may be applying for those funds. Corey indicated to me that this process is already going to be about a 6-month process because it involves the state of Michigan as well and their approval of the use of the credits too. And so he indicated that the process as it would be laid out would be about a 6-month process for the individual entity requesting the reimbursement of funds. Clear as mud, I know.
So much for just being a housekeeping item.
Sense.
So you have, and I want to open it up for questions and comments to Katie, but we have 2 different motions proposed to us.
Yep.
So as you're contemplating which, making a motion, let us know which one you're addressing, if you would, please. Is there additional questions or comments for Katie?
Sure. This is a one-time disbursement?
Correct.
Could they have made any other recommendation with the narrow?
Not really. No, the MPSCS is very specific. This money can be used for this thing, period.
That's what it appears.
Yeah.
So every single time you purchase a new radio, MPSCS requires that you also purchase a license through them.
It's very.
I think this is a way of them saying, okay, you guys put up a tower, we're going to forgive some of the licensing going forward, but this is how we're going to do it. I think that's what it is. I could be wrong.
That's helpful. Thank you.
That is helpful.
It looked like a very slow process.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a nickel today and 10 years later, I'll give you the dime. And
Right.
is this something we pay for first
No.
and then get money back?
So we already have the $38,000. The MPSCS is giving Benzie County that $38,000. So we have it in our coffers. It's up to us to utilize those dollars over the next 10 years. If we don't utilize all those dollars over the next 10 years, my understanding is it's no longer Benzie County's.
So it'll go back to them.
Correct. But this money can be utilized for agencies outside of specifically to Benzie County. So the agencies within the townships that are on our system, utilizing radios on our system, we can give some of the money to those agencies as well, up to $250 per device. So if Tim Markey comes from Homestead Fire and says, hey, at these 2 radios, we could reimburse Homestead Fire up to $500 for those 2 devices.
And those radios cost about
I was wondering about that.
3,500 to
That'll work
4,000.
out well.
So it's a drop in the bucket.
So, may I?
Please.
Art alluded to 2 motions, and I see one's by the advisory board and one is by administration. Are they different at all?
They essentially say the same thing. You're concurring with the board.
Would you like to make that motion?
I'll make a motion that the Board of Commissioners concurs with the Central Dispatch Advisory Board's recommendation for allocation Michigan Public Safety Communications Systems credit.
Thank you, Tim. Is there support for that?
I go support.
Thank you. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, let's call for the question.
Davis,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs.
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Greg,
Yes.
motion carried.
I want to make a comment about the next subject before I turn it over to you, Katie. The subject we're going to discuss really affects, at this point in time, I believe, 1 employee.
Only one, yep.
And for clarification, this current fiscal year, there was more people that were eligible for an FSA than there is going into the new fiscal year, the new health care plan year. So that's why we're not talking about this in a bigger group. What qualifies you for the FSA is that you're a current employee, 65 or older, and taking the county's benefit.
Correct.
Okay? So just for clarification, maybe that wasn't necessary, but I wanted to make sure you understood that because does affect us as a group a little differently than it did last year.
Yes, so those over 65 are not eligible to participate in a health savings account plan arrangement. As you know, our county employee benefits is a high deductible plan coupled with an HSA plan. Benzie County contributes 50% of the deductible into an HSA for those employees on the active plan. Those employees who are not on the plan do not get the HSA because you have to have a high deductible qualified plan to have an HSA under IRS guidelines. IRS, yeah, I said that right. At the beginning of last fiscal year, we had 3 individuals who are currently on our health plan who were over the age of 65. So we authorized the same amount of money that we would have put into an HSA, into an FSA for those individuals to try to level the playing field and the benefit. Going into this new plan year, we only have 1 employee on the roster who's taking our active plan, who is not eligible for an HSA because of his age. So what we're asking to do is what we did last year is to fund the same amount of money we would for an HSA into an FSA for this employee because they're not eligible for the HSA plan. So in essence, they're not receiving those dollars that the other folks would be receiving. The difference though, however, is FSAs are not they don't roll over. You don't get to store those dollars. So like with the HSA plan, you can continually add to that HSA. It's your money. It rolls over if you don't use it. It's a tax deduction and such. With an FSA, it's use it or lose it in that year. So that money that goes into there, if it's not used, it doesn't get kept by the employee. It comes back to the county. But it's just a way to try to level that playing field because this individual is not eligible for the HSA due to the guidelines.
And curiously enough, employees that are under the age of 65 but have opted out of our insurance program, they're not eligible for the HSA. Is that correct?
That is correct. They're getting a payment in lieu of, which is the next discussion on the agenda to talk about the payment in lieu of contribution that we're giving to employees who opt out. But no, you have to have a high deductible qualified plan to have an HSA. So if you're not on our high deductible plan, we can't give you an HSA because you're not on the high deductible qualified plan. It's got to be coupled.
And these are IRS rules. These are not.
Correct. These are not Benzie County's rules.
And hopefully that gave you enough information to understand what we're doing here.
I thought we also had a policy though, maybe we don't, maybe we're not allowed to, but once you were eligible for Medicare, it was the county's policy that you take that over what's being offered by the county.
Only if you're not working for Benzie County anymore.
Right.
So retirees, yes. If you're in retirement and you've been on the county's plan, once you hit Medicare age or you have some sort of other insurance, so like if you're on disability or whatever, we say you can't be on the counties anymore. You have to take this other coverage. But when you're an active employee, we can't discriminate in that way. We actually have quite a few people outside of this individual who have other benefits, but they're on the county's benefits for their spouses and families, which they can do under our plan.
I'm glad you asked the question, though. Look like you want to say something else.
Just trying to figure out it.
Trying to figure out, the IRS changed these rules from last year?
No. The individuals who received it last year who are not receiving it this year started out the plan year on the county's plan. So you were eligible.
Right.
So this person is opting to not take Medicare even though they're eligible.
I cannot tell you a definitive answer if they're taking Medicare or not, but I can tell you they're on our active plan for their family, which they can be. You don't have a policy against that. We cover families. He's not the only individual doing this. There are other individuals who work for Benzie County who are on our plan, not for themselves, which they can do.
And this is an issue for all employers, by the way, that there is nothing to prevent employees, unless specifically outlined, that they carry multiple policies. Husband has one, another spouse has one.
So I don't mean to interrupt. I'm just wrapping my mind around this. So our employees don't take the insurance for themselves, but they take it for family members.
Well, they're still listed as the policy holder because they
Right.
have to be as the employee, but typically ours is secondary in those situations.
I guess my other question is,
Yes.
you're on Medicare. And you still opt into the county's health insurance at a cost to the county, not trying to start anything, but I'm looking at this and thinking, this is not working out too well. A lot of folks.
Well, not actually, it's a very limited group that,
There's only two individuals in that
Figure it out.
situation that I can confirm at
Yeah,
this
but they're
point.
still eligible to join the county's health.
They could.
but because I'm familiar with benefits, the one I want to wade into on this, Gary, is really, I think we'd have to look to the IRS for that, or to the federal government to that. That's an interesting question. Can you carry dual insurance
I
when
know
you're,
people
when
that
you're
have
with
carried dual
Medicare?
forever. So I
Because
don't-
one of the questions Medicare asks, I'm on it, is do you have other insurance policies?
Mhm.
Which I think is a disqualifying event. But I don't think, are we in a position to even answer that question today?
I can't necessarily answer that question. Medicare is a very interesting beast. There's a lot that goes into Medicare. I know there's opt-out options for Medicare for veterans specifically. There are different ways to opt out, to opt in, those sorts of things. In your specific situation, I don't know, Gary.
I can tell you what my father did. He still carried a Blue Cross thing when he became that. And Medicare or the feds bill one of them first and then balance.
Oh,
So I'm not sure how this.
Well, and
actually-
so 9 times out of 10, I do believe Medicare is going to bill the employer first. So we're going to get
Right.
the bigger bill, which goes back to the other conversation about how do we fix how do we stop the bleed?
Mhm.
Our premiums continue to raise tremendously. The only reason it was lower this year is because we negotiated that. Get ready for next year again. It's going to go up 20%, I
There's a
guarantee you.
go up.
That's the trend going on right now. And so how do we stop the bleed? And that's really what you have to think about. Not to sound dismissive, but not many county commissioners are allowed to take county benefits anymore across Michigan. You're pretty unique in what's left of that across the state.
I'd like to address those on an individual basis outside
Yeah,
this
we'll do
meeting.
that.
Yeah. So, you have to think about these things when you're having those conversations.
No, I'm just looking at equity for employees. That's
So-
all I'm looking at.
And
What
that's-
we're dealing with us on this agenda item is we have one employee, although it could be multiple employees in other years.
Yep.
Is setting the dollar contribution for the FSA.
Mhm.
And I believe that the recommendation is to match what we're doing for those that get an HSA.
Yep.
And that's really what the question is.
Yep. It's $1,850 is the question.
Trig moves that the Board of Commissioners approves a contribution for the 25-26 fiscal year to a flexible spending account in the amount of $1,850 for the active employee affected by IRS health savings account restrictions.
Mark, you will support.
Additional questions or comments?
I do have something. So one thing that I heard you say, and it kind of pricked me here, is the flexible spending account. So the idea is that we put the money in, but if the person does not use that money, it comes back to us.
Which is different than an HSA.
Yes,
Yes.
yes. And so I don't know.
It's not.
I don't think
apples-
this is a bad thing.
Yeah, it's not apples to apples, but we're trying to make it as close to apples as possible.
Hey, where's the rest of ours? Hello. We got a whole audience that would like that too, by the way.
I'll be back.
And Katie, just if there's no other comments from the board, for clarification, on the HSA, how often do we make that contribution?
So for this fiscal year, you opted to do it twice. Last fiscal year, we did it on a quarterly basis. We're going to try it twice this time. So the beginning of the fiscal year and halfway through the fiscal year. And we're going to talk about kind of what that looks like from a county standpoint, because once we give that money into an HSA, it's the employee's money. We can't take that back. And so we're going to kind of track that at the request of the board to see what that impact looked like for the county. Because we do have turnover. We don't have a lot of turnover, but we do have turnover. So what does that look like?
And for the FSA, is that funded at the same frequency or?
So with that one, what will happen is it'll be right once we make the first contribution for the HSA, we'll do the full contribution for the FSA at that time.
Very good.
But they don't get to keep it, remember?
Yeah, just to make sure people understood that.
Yes, sorry.
So we have the motion out with support, correct? If you're ready, we'll call for the question.
Jeanette,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs,
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Craig,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
motion carried.
The next item on your agenda, what I would recommend is, we've had some discussions regarding premium sharing for those employees that opt out of insurance. And there's been no change since 2001. And there's really no clear history about how they made the decision on what percentage, how they arrived at the dollar amount. Now, I did some background on this and I have a theory on it. It looks like it was probably 50% of the premium based on what the average premiums were in 2001. But what I would like to recommend to this group today, and you don't have to support it, but with our newly formed personnel committee, I would like to put this question out to them and ask them to bring us a solution for fiscal year 2026, 2027, rather than trying to rush through something right now that has some serious financial implications.
Yes.
We need to be fair with the employee. The fact that we've not adjusted this since '01 is unbelievable. And I would hope that the personnel committee comes back and says, here's a formula and you ought to follow it, just like we did a few years ago with travel reimbursement, when we said instead of a hard dollar amount, we said we're going to follow IRS guidelines. That's all about modernizing your practices. That's really where we should go. All right, I've said that. I'm going to open it up for discussions now.
So just to introduce the item for those in the audience, what we're talking about is the payment in lieu of health insurance to Benzie County employees who opt to take insurance coverage either through their spouse or Medicare or what have you. Benzie County does give a payment in lieu of health insurance on every single paycheck to those employees, dependent upon the size plan you would take if you were on ours. It was brought to my attention by a few staff that, hey, this dollar amount doesn't ever seem to change. Can we look at that? So Tammy and I got together and Tammy found union contracts. And what we've come up with is it was implemented in the early 90s. There was no change until 2001. And then that dollar amount has never changed since 2001. So the payment in lieu of health insurance to the employees have not changed since 2001. However, we are paying much more on the employee's behalf since 2001. So the discussion is we need to talk about this and, maybe right size that number. It's hard to look at our neighbors and say, well, this is what everybody does, because it's very, very different from what people do. Some people do a flat amount, some people do a percentage. So there's not really, one particular model to look at. But I agree with the chair that maybe that personnel committee can kind of work through what looks best for Benzie County going forward, to give those employees who are not on our health insurance plan.
So if I'm looking at this correct, this is the current payment we're doing now?
So no, so
No.
So in the memo, there's lots of numbers and I apologize for that. So the single double family that's kind of listed out almost like table format, that's what Benzie County currently pays on behalf of an employee for the premium total. So if you're on our health insurance plan as a family, Benzie County's paying $1,436.64 every single month to cover your
That's what I
family.
meant.
Yes.
Canvas and
Sorry.
Okay.
However, if you don't take our plan, we're giving you $161.53 on every paycheck.
well, my concern is because you can't tie this to inflation. You have to tie it to the increases that health insurance does every year. And I understand it's a big hit, but if you want to be equitable to the employees, and you need to throw in the $1,850 that you're throwing in the HSA. Yes. Because that money it's still costing.
You don't have to give HSA contribution. We do that because we want to do what we can for our employees, but that's not a required amount. Neither is payment in lieu. I will tell you that Grand Traverse County gives you $2,000 only, period. Good luck.
So I'm going to wade back into this if I could. And there's a lot of legitimate input that we have here. I don't want to turn this into a working session, okay? And that's exactly those kind of questions, Gary. I'm saying, let's get it out to the personnel committee. I know that I'm suggesting that we still have some inequitability in this coming fiscal year.
Mhm.
But one of the reasons why I'm recommending that is that open enrollment's closed. So if we make a change right now, there's a very limited number of people that could benefit from it. And even to say, like Katie had suggested to me, well, maybe we look at it mid-year or, June. In my opinion, you got to start fresh next fiscal year in order to be equitable, because otherwise, I promise you, organized labor or not, someone's going to say, look, you closed the door on me, but a new hire suddenly can take advantage of this. I just talk about inequitability. There it is right there.
Well, I'm still looking at the fact that dropping this 1,850 closed the door on a few of us
Two of us, actually.
prior with no prior knowledge. And you kind of factor that into how you live. So I don't like what's going on. I think we're instead of addressing the insurance companies who are causing this and the employees that are over abusing some of this stuff, it's like the weight shots you can get now that for some reason people like to, and doctors like to prescribe that costs a fortune. I'm just saying
That's already
those
being addressed by Priority Health and the Blues and the other carriers.
doesn't seem to be being addressed very well. Just saying, oh boy, yeah, we'll leave it to the committee and I'll quit.
Gary, I understand exactly where you're coming from. This has limited impact on a very limited number of people. I don't like any negative financial impact. And I've talked through this with some select folks, but I think the best recommendation we can have is put it out to the personnel committee. It's going to hurt for 1 year, but it's going to put us long-term as a county operating as a business, puts us in a lot better position than trying to jerry-rig something at the moment.
Yeah, I don't think you can, but just one more question. Is this committee gonna look at having employees pay a part of their insurance premium?
I assume that there'll probably be several assignments they'll be given,
Okay,
I would guess. Keeping in mind that the personnel committee is being appointed today, but come January, I mean, it could be new committee, but hopefully their agenda remains the same.
I'm just trying to grasp this. So there's no action on this?
I'm
We just did
suggesting
it.
that there be no action and just put it out to the personnel committee. Is there any opposition to that? Let's introduce the next subject.
The next item on your agenda is pretty housekeeping. This is to declare an ambulance surplus that's currently on our fleet. It's a 2017 F-450 ambulance. We did get our new ambulance that we ordered 2 years ago, finally. As you know, we order those about 2 years in advance because they take that time to manufacture and get to us. So what is the request today is to declare the 2017 ambulance surplus and authorize its sale.
Mark, you'll make the motion that a 2017 F-450 ambulance with the VIN ending in 8270 be declared surplus and authorizes for sale, with the proceeds to be credited to the 210 ambulance fund.
Davis, a second.
Any other comments?
How many miles are on this one, Tom?
Thought I read that somewhere.
Put most of the miles on in the first 2 to 3 years that they're used. And then they go out of primary rotation in the backup rotation, so it tailors off.
I just was kind of like emphasizing that these ambulances are,
Well loved.
well, yes, that's a good way of
Yeah.
putting it.
Any other comments or questions? Not? Are we ready for the question?
Mark,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs.
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Trigg,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
motion carried.
Folks, we're at 12:13, about an hour from our last break. Would the group like to take another 5? Or you want to push through?
Good.
I'm good. All right, we'll keep going. Committee assignments to Land Bank and Benzie Transportation Authority. That is, did I miss one? No.
Oh. There wasn't a memo.
Sure.
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
right.
the tractor is after the committee assignments. This is commissioner committee assignment
The-
that the chair.
Commissioner committees.
A tractor.
Yeah.
G is committee assignments to Land Bank and Benzie Transportation Authority. We talked about this a couple of meetings ago. Initially, Land Bank wasn't necessarily interested in a commissioner attending. However, they would like to see a commissioner attending, at least on some sort of basis. And then I do believe we were touching base on the Transportation Authority as well, because Commissioner Sauer was currently on that committee as the commissioner liaison to that.
Well, I'm gonna address the Transportation Authority. Gary, I had put that as to be determined about 60 days ago. I'm gonna ask you to continue on as a liaison with that officially. I know you've been doing it on an individual request.
Dream somewhere.
Yeah.
Would you be willing to do that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. What
Thank you.
what decisions do we have to make regarding land bank?
So it used to be Commissioner Nye attended that committee on a regular basis. Then she didn't have to go at all according to the assignments. However, after further consideration with the county treasurer, they would like to see a commissioner there, at least on some frequency. And so I know Commissioner Nye was happy to attend, but it's at your direction as chair.
Would you be willing to continue on?
Yeah, I'll go to all of them.
Okay.
You have me as much as you want.
All right. Does that require action by the full board, those assignments? All right.
They can just,
Discretion.
as a majority, tell you no, but
I'm not gonna give them a chance. So,
okay, perfect. Moving on. The next item is the approval of a tractor purchase for the maintenance department. Kyle Mauer is here to kind of talk about the benefits of this. As you know, Benzie County did receive a $10,000 grant from the 2% tribal allocation for a tractor and its related implements. The Buildings and Grounds Subcommittee grappled with this purchase over the series of a few meetings, talking about what are the benefits of a smaller tractor and its implements for the campus and maintaining the campus and limiting liability in the winter and those sorts of things. Kyle Mauer, the maintenance manager, was able to receive many proposals of various colors of tractor. And we talked about that and worked through that. And the Buildings and Grounds Subcommittee has made a recommendation to move forward with the purchase of a tractor, a Kubota tractor from Ginup Sales, and the not to exceed amount of $50,000. This includes implements as well to help keep the campus looking great. So we do have a $10,000 grant from the 2% tribal allocation. We are working to apply for a RAP grant through the MMRMA, as well as a $5,000 grant through the Workers' Comp Fund. So we may be able to get some more money back for this purchase. However, this was budgeted, so there is funds available in the budget to do this. We're just trying our best to get as much grant dollars as we can so that we don't have to utilize our funds to purchase this full tractor purchase. We're going with orange, not green or red.
How many horsepower?
25 horse, and reason why we're going with something that size is so we can utilize it everywhere around the campus. So the footprint, the width of this tractor is about 51 inches at the center point of the wheels. That'll allow us to get down the sidewalks as well.
Open cab?
No, full cab. Full cab. Yep.
And did you do any other comparative pricing?
As far as this tractor, or as far
Another
as
tractor of a different color?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We worked through all the colors
We went through all the colors. Went through
at many
every,
meetings.
yep, went through all the implements as well. Myself and Ken traveled to all these places and kind of compared everything and what we thought was going to be the best product. And this is what we came up with. Yep.
Thank you for the questions.
And so again, and I don't know anything about tractors, but I looked through this. I saw that there were 3 bids. And then we had a bid from a local company, and it looked to be a little less expensive. And so is it because it's a different tractor than this other one? Or can you kind of explain some of that for me,
Yep.
please?
Yeah, so it's a different tractor, different manufacturer. Implements were different as well. So when we were looking at this whole thing, we want something that's going to be robust and it's going to last for 20, 30 years. And what we've our conclusion when we came down to was the implement set from the local company and that tractor and everything else didn't seem to be as robust as the Kubota that we looked at. That would kind of basically led us down to, this is the tractor that we want, these are the implements that we want, and these are what's gonna last us. Quality was there. Especially if we're gonna have something for an extended period of time, I want it to last.
Tim, you sit on that committee, don't you? Building and grounds?
I do.
Anything you want to add?
And we did go through this rather in depth. We did talk about all the different tractor brands. And we did talk about a local dealership versus one that's not. And those are all considerations. But in the end, the committee did recommend that we go with the Kubota tractor.
So as you
fact,
heard,
I'll make that motion that the Board of Commissioners authorizes the purchase of a mid-sized Kubota tractor from Ginup Sales in the not to exceed amount of $50,000 with funds available in the capital fund and from grant funding.
Sauer will second.
additional comments? You ready for the question, Tammy?
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs,
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Trigg,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes,
motion carried.
I want that tractor tomorrow.
Sure, they'll be happy to bring it.
For a fee.
Katie?
The next item in your packet is regarding the marijuana operation oversight grant. This will be the third year that we apply for the grant funding through the marijuana revenue fund through the state of Michigan. As you know, we've worked with the health department over the last 2 years to utilize these dollars to educate the community on the important uses of marijuana. Well, not important, but the important responsible use. There you go. I spoke with Dan Thorell, and the health department again has the capacity to assist in utilizing these dollars. However, the county has to apply for these dollars. So just like last year and the year before, I'm asking for approval to apply for the grant and work with the health department to utilize these dollars to educate the community regarding marijuana use.
Was this a grant that you guys got the speaker at the schools for?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Lock bags, magnets, stickers, bus wraps, billboards, educational materials, speakers. We've done a whole bunch of things with these dollars.
Trigg moves that the Board of Commissioners authorizes the grant application for the marijuana operation and oversight funding and approves an agreement for services related to grant management. Such agreement subject to approval as it's formed by legal counsel and authorizes the chair to sign.
9 seconds.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? If not, if you're ready for the question, Tammy?
Roloffs,
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Trigg,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
yes.
Nye,
Yes.
motion carried.
The next item in your packet is a proposal from Merit Network for the internet that is housed here on the campus. So Benzie County works with Merit to provide broadband internet to the campus. Currently, as it's set up, everything is housed within this building, and then it's fiber lined up to the sheriff's office. We are having a bandwidth issue. I thought it was quite funny that when Tim talked this morning about switching to Microsoft 365 and then they had a bandwidth issue. Well, we're in the same situation as we continue to improve and upgrade and add devices. We have these bandwidth issues. So what we're proposing here is we're not touching the services provided to the government center. This is specific to the sheriff's office to support them. So the proposal in front of you, there's either a 3-year or a 5-year proposal for bandwidth internet service specifically for the sheriff's office. We believe that by separating them, we should be all right when it comes to the bandwidth service because we would take the sheriff's off and give them their own set of bandwidth, whereas right now we're trying to cram everybody together on one set of bandwidth. So this would separate it so that we're not bursting, as they put it to us, over our bandwidth. This is an increase from what we're paying now. by about $500 a year for the sheriff's office specifically, if you were to break it out.
Yeah.
Has the service been a little bit more unreliable recently than it has been in the past?
Yes,
Are we looking for other options?
yes.
Would that behoove us to have a shorter term rather than a longer term?
I would say a 3-year term would be appropriate because we are looking for other options. 1 for cost and the reliability, but 2 for redundancy. I don't see us ever fully getting away from merit per se, but we would like to have a second option built in so that there is redundancy in the system so that when one goes out, we rely on the other one. We're also being advised by our cybersecurity team that we work with that this is very expensive compared to the going rate of, say, Charter and Cherry Capital and those others. Merit was the premier provider to governments and schools and hospitals for many, many years. And their prices have really began to exceed what the going rate is out there.
Questions or comments? And
So should we even be looking at signing up with them, not just putting the sheriff?
The sheriff is already on ours and we have a bursting problem. So if we don't
Right.
do a negotiated rate, they're going to just charge us for the additional usage, which is going to be more than this.
if we sign on for 3 years, are we locked in for 3 years?
No, there's an out in all the contracts. I will say we have leverage as well because we lease them space for their stuff downstairs. I don't know the technical terms of the devices down there.
Gateways and switches and stuff.
Yes, we lease them space. So while we may be paying $8,700 specifically for this building, they're then paying us about $7,600 for the lease of space. So they wouldn't just do a wash. I tried that. Like, can we just do a wash? And they said, no, you got to send us a check and we'll send you a check. I said, okay.
The check. This kind of reminds me of BSNA.
So that's going to be the other issue. When and if we go to the cloud, I bet you dollars to donuts, we will have another bursting issue next year and the cost will go up again.
You're trying to tell me the cost of donuts are gonna go way up?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
That's what I heard you just say. So I would really like to see what our other options are.
Well, as of right now, we don't have any options from a fiber standpoint in the ground.
So I think we should beat up a little bit on the guy who did a presentation earlier today.
I already have.
Oh, him? Mr. Malone, yes.
I would
But
love to service Benzie County,
yeah, I know.
but the fiber's not in the ground. The only fiber in the ground servicing this building right now is Merit.
it is a closed line.
Correct.
That is correct. But I do see the huge benefit of having the sheriff's office have their own.
Yeah.
Because it's gonna get worse, not better.
Correct.
But so I'll make a motion that the Board of Commissioners approves the agreement with Merit Internet Service for a period of 3 months for internet service for the sheriff's office and estimated
No, 36 months.
3 years. How about that?
There you go.
3 months.
Total amount of
8,100.
8,100.
Your support for that?
I'll second.
It's been seconded. Any other further discussion?
When would this take effect? What budget year? So is this on our next budget? And then would we use fund balance for that?
So
Or
yes, we
where's
will
that
have to
coming?
end up utilizing fund balance to pay for that. And this would become effective with the 10-1.
So if it's specifically not budgeted for, though, it comes under the contingency budget, is that right? Yeah.
Whatever, yeah.
So it doesn't affect my decision at all. But Tim, you're kind of well read on this kind of stuff. Where do you see the cost of internet service going? Increasing or decreasing?
Over time, I suspect once everything's all said and done, keep in mind, the federal government flooded, the internet providers with cash to put the stuff in. The rural communities are benefiting hugely because you know, you're a business, you're looking for density. You want to get more bang for, you want to put a mile of line in and have 300 homes versus putting a mile of line in and having 10 homes, right? Once everything's in, I mean, some minor upgrades and stuff over time, their initial capital cost is no longer there. They're just maintaining and stuff. So I suspect, I'm not gonna say it's gonna go down, but I think it's gonna stabilize with inflation going up. That
Okay.
makes sense.
Yeah, sure. No, I appreciate, I'm not holding you to anything. I just,
That's just my guess. But Tim Malone was saying today about, 1 gig being the norm for homes where I remember it was just 3-4 years ago, if you had 50 meg,
right,
you were doing well. I think that is gonna keep, we're talking high definition video, your teleconferencing, your voice, virtual or augmented reality, virtual reality, gaming, all that stuff is, all your devices are doing more and more.
Cameras.
I mean, even my dishwasher at home wants to use the internet. I had to actually tell my router not to let that traffic through.
so is that your spouse you're referring to? or-
No. It's my job to load the dishwasher every night.
All right, I was just curious. I didn't mean to waste anybody's time. Let's call for the vote.
Davis,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloff.
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Craig,
Yes.
motion carried.
All right, we're under committee appointments. The Transportation Authority in Maples, the process was done by the same group of people. Gary, with respect to the Benzie Transportation Authority, I'm going to ask you to introduce that if you would, please.
Find it first. Man, there we go. Okay, the recommendation was to appoint Jack O'Malley and Brian Fleetwood. And I'll make the motion that Jack O'Malley be appointed to the Benzie Transportation Authority seat previously held by Chris Kitcher. I don't know.
Pitcher.
Term expiring April 30th, 2027, and that Brian Fleetwood be appointed to the Benzie Transportation Authority seat previously held by Sarah Miller, expiring April 30th. These are both shorter terms, right? Okay, 26 as recommended by the ad hoc committee.
I'll support. We're open to discussion,
I would like to speak.
please.
This wasn't a unanimous, vote. I will also say that, when we went through, asking the questions, there was, one person who didn't get asked a question that everybody else did. I will also say that, one person, we also had a candidate withdraw, and we also had a candidate who couldn't make it to the thing, was apparently offered Zoom and declined. So I don't know kind of what happens there. And then, yeah, I don't know. I think the three candidates that we interviewed were good candidates. It just, in my mind, kind of what our public commenter mentioned is that we had two candidates show up consistently over the summer, really showed that they cared. I'm sure Jack O'Malley would be fine. But we had two people who really seemed to care about the Transportation Authority, in that they put, in my opinion, their money where their mouth was. They went, they showed up. One of the people that we didn't suggest actually came to the board and was like, hey, we need to do something about this. Hey, commissioners, help the Transportation Board Authority. So I don't know. I would have liked to seen I can't remember what her name, I don't even,
Joanne Manila.
thank you, Joanne and,
Brian.
and Brian. But that's my opinion.
Anything else? Tim, you were on that committee. Anything you'd like to share?
Will add that all three applicants I thought interviewed really well. One thing that about Jack O'Malley that stood out for me is he used to chair the transportation committee at the state level. And he's, my opinion, would bring a lot of those contacts at the state level. He understands that process, and hopefully he might be able to help Benzie Boss in the future generate grants and other funding, so it doesn't have to come from the local taxpayer.
So we've got the question out there. Is there any other comments that'd like to be made?
I
I'd like
just,
to do this by roll call, please.
Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs.
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Trigg,
No,
Davis,
Yes.
motion carried.
Christie, you were on that committee for the Maples Board too, is that right?
yes.
Was there actually a discussion that took place?
About the Maples?
Yeah.
We basically said, a slam dunk. It's
Okay.
basically what we said.
Would you like to make that motion then?
Yes, let me
Remember
get
those
to
words.
it.
You're a slam dunk.
I mean, Trigg moves that Bridget Hassig be appointed to the DHHS Maples Board, seat previously held by Dr. Donald Schaefer, and subsequent term expiring October 31st, 2029.
Mark, you will support.
Opening up to comments or questions?
No, I hate to say it, but she was the only one that showed. She was the best, he was the best candidate we had. We're very proud to put her on there, so thank you.
The best candidate or the only candidate? What are we saying here?
Both.
I've heard some great things.
Yep.
Let's call for the vote.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloff.
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Trigg,
Yes,
Davis.
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
motion carried.
I would like to just make a comment. Dr. Schaefer, I recruited him to that board years ago. That is just a terrific board that we have there. Great governance board, understand the business. And with the support of, and I know we don't do this all the time, but with the support of this board, I'd like to direct administration to send him a thank you note on our behalf for his service to that board. He brought exceptional talent that don't we always get on these kind of very technical boards.
If you don't mind, I'd like to change your suggestion to everything that he did for Benzie County, because he was on the Veterans Affairs and was a huge placeholder there, and we were sorry that he's gone.
We just gotta write a letter, all the county support that young man used to do for us. Involving everything, all the committees he was on, and
Yeah.
I'm all in favor of that. Have the chair to sign. You want a motion or what?
I think if we can just do that under concurrence.
Okay.
Very good. The next subject is for Veterans Affairs. This is either to appoint a committee to do the interviews or just making an appointment, as has already been discussed.
Yep.
Dr. Schaefer is retiring from that board also. It seems like when it rains, it pours for us. We've had this job posted for a while now, this opening. And Commissioner Sauer has expressed interest a number of years in this, and really it's the only applicant we have right now. And I doubt that there's any question about his qualifications. Gary's a veteran and meets every other thing that's there. So that's why you have two motions in front of you. And I'm going to let you guys make the decision how you would like to approach this. I have my own thoughts.
I don't see any, or I don't have the motion in front of me, but I can,
I'll read it.
okay.
Want to read it?
No, you go ahead.
I'll make the motion that Gary Sauer be appointed to the Veterans Affairs Committee, filling the seat previously held by Dr. Donald Schaefer, with a term expiring December 31st, 2026.
Roll off support.
Thank you. I'll call for the vote, please.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloff.
Yes.
Sauer,
I will recuse myself.
Can you do that?
Can't
Well,
really vote
because
for
you don't
myself.
financially benefit from it,
You
you,
can support
I
yourself.
can?
yeah.
I'd say, okay.
Craig?
Yes.
Davis?
Yes.
Janat? Markey?
Yes.
Motion carried.
And just for perspective, Gary, if you remember last meeting, I voted in favor of my wife being a candidate for a committee, so I think we've proven already that. So we're on to commissioner reports. I'm going to ask one more time, does anybody feel like they need a break? It is late, but I would like to go through the commissioner reports, and I'd like to start with Bob.
Well, it's perfect because I had 0 in the last 2 weeks. One that I could not make, which was Village of Lake Ann. Due to doctor's appointment. Other than that, I had 0 meetings. Oh, sorry, I see 911.
Anything on that you want to report?
No, Tim will take care of that.
Then we'll, okay. Rhonda?
Sure, I had agenda review, I had a P review. The building and grounds meeting, we covered the tractor purchase. Other things we talked about were, we're getting bids for the maintenance barn to replace the outer covering and insulate that. We discussed the remodel of the lower level. The EMS station project, which was held up a little bit because the building department required architectural drawings. Those are, have been submitted, and it sounds as though that project is still on time, and will be completed by the end of the year. And then another discussion, these are great meetings, by the way. Another discussion involved the building hours of operation. The hallway to the court area doesn't open till 8:30. And the rest of the building opens at 8, but that hallway is open, which is distracting to our clerk's office. So there's just been an overriding conversation about should the building be opening at the same time? And that was discussed in other meetings as well, which leads into my court security meeting, because that's where that discussion went as well. The judges, Judge Mead was present and Judge Thompson has given input, and they are both in support with locking that door until the court's open at 8:30, but it is led into an overriding conversation about the different areas of our building that open at different times, which I think we'll be discussing in the future. At the court security meeting, we also reviewed our working draft of the court safety and security guidelines, went over where we're at on that. A couple things that needed to be included were sweeping of the courtroom before and after court is held with mirrors under the seat, that kind of thing. And then yesterday I had the MAC Health and Human Services meeting. There was a presentation called Homelessness in Michigan, Housing First. Nick Cook and Sarah Rennie hosted that presentation. They said there's 33,000+ homeless in 2023. 1 in 10 students K through 12 are homeless. 18% of those stats are over 55. The data tracks about 18 months behind. Very concerned with the Medicaid cuts as a new system. They believe the new system is trying to criminalize homelessness. They want to keep all safety nets in place before there is a systems change, but at the end of the day, it appears as though for benefits in some areas, there's going to be different requirements than there used to be. There was also a legislative update. Deadline for the budget's coming up, the revenue sharing cuts we've all heard about. And then the only other thing they discussed was a PIHP bid out. And it seems a little watered down, their position on it. It was almost like, well, this is going to happen and we're just going to ask that all the clients are taken care of the same. And I didn't want to get into it in this gentleman's presentation, but I'll be interested to hear what we hear at the MAC conference regarding this effort, because MAC's position, again, seemed to be a little light, in my opinion, as far as addressing it, especially when on the MAC Health and Human Services platform, this is one of the things called out that it specifically opposes, is privatization of our county community healthcare system, mental health care system. So that's all I have.
Good.
Oh, no. And then I attended the tax allocation committee via Zoom. These are meetings are those recorded, Katie?
Yeah, they're on the YouTube channel.
Okay, yeah, we all need to be watching all of those. It's gonna culminate in a really interesting conversation at some point. But I just want to note that that committee is doing really good work. I've been impressed to date. And I am listening. So that's all I have.
I'm listening. It sounds like a statement I've heard in a.
Frazier, go ahead, caller. I'm listening.
I knew that. I knew I heard that somewhere. Christie?
Yep. So I went to the Materials Management Planning Committee in Traverse City. What you brought up, Commissioner Janot, was not talked about, the possible funding to, or the possible funding cut to the materials management. So we didn't discuss that at all.
Okay.
We did have a presentation from Eagle about our food waste reduction, talked about best to worst, right? Not even producing so much. And then, rescuing and donating, would be the best. And the absolute worst would be anaerobic digestion. So we also had a contractor update. Please take the residential survey. There is a link at the Benzie County website. So take that for to let them know how you recycle and why you think it is or is not important. We also discussed units of government. So they want to send surveys out to units of government and businesses. So they want to know how those folks are doing as well. Yes, and of course, all of our public comment was around biochar. And then there was something called a compost crawl. Seeds put this on so that to engage the community, get kids looking at how we do compost in the county and outside the county in Leelanau and Grand Traverse. So it was kind of a regional thing. Not many were here in Benzie County. Let's see, Frankfurt City Council, Chris Parrish came and he spoke to the council about millage, and it came up asking the difference between BLS and ALS. Let's see, what else did we talk about? Oh, I did get quite a bit of pushback from one of the council members on business recycling. That is a big concern in Frankfurt. And I do know that Christine Spence, she's the clerk, has reached out to Republic, because one of the things is they aren't picking up cardboard in a timely manner. I don't know why, probably logistics and money, but anyway, she's asking that that gets picked up on a more often basis, but they are asking specifically help from us. I did reiterate that we are taxing on residential only. And then somebody asked, well, have we looked into expanding that and tax on a different thing? So anyway, that was asked, and I said currently it is not. Oh, I thought this was interesting too. The police chief, Chief Ketz, talked about how this was his first Ironman. He was not in Camp Ironman, and when he was there and saw everything, he said, I'm seeing how this is a positive thing for the community. So I thought that was very interesting. Let's see. So those are some of the things that were talked about there. At the Crystal Lake Township, there was some public comment about the chip and seal of the roads. It was difficult for bicyclists, and they thought it might have been a little more polluting and such. So they had some public comment around that. I think they look nice. Let's see, what else did we talk about there? The airport was a big discussion at Crystal Lake Township. They would like to put the airport layout plan and approach plan into their master plan. And they would like to update the zoning ordinance with airport zoning. So they are working toward that because they know that we need to get that going so that the airport can get some grants. those were the big things. Big things there. And I also went to the Brownfield and EDC. I'll let the chair discuss that.
Questions? Good report. Gary?
Oh, you're going to me. I did go to the road commission. They looked at that sheet and says, oh, you'll be at the next meeting. I said, no, we get one shot a month. Anyway, their projects are all wrapped up. They have some big concerns on their health insurance. They're looking at close to that 20-some% increase. And Troy had some pictures of the Benzonia Township parking lot at the new building after that recent rain, and there is some puddling issues on that parking lot. I don't know if there's a drainage problem or what, but he had some really good, you could swim out there if you wanted to. And the board is purchasing and keeping under the amount signage for the election for the you're gonna see some of those. I think Mr. Rosa has some property on 31 and some of those places, so trying to do what they can. I went to, I call it the Frankfurt Area Land Trust. I don't know if I got it all right or not, or I'm missing something. They went to I went to their groundbreaking ceremony and was very impressed that they said it was groundbreaking, but it was a little too late. They pretty much had the footings dug, but looks like it's going to be a real nice project in a quiet area back there. So I was very impressed with that. I think they're building 4 units, 2 2-story and two 1-story buildings, and each have attached garage, and there will be a small little park in there. So very good. John was there, and anyway, that is a good group. Yeah, Stimson. I can't never remember his name, and Doug Rodriguez and everybody else. So I'm guessing, maybe Joanne knows, but I'm guessing there was 100 people there.
Wow.
Maybe. Pretty close. Seemed like an awful lot. Yep. So that was nice. Buildings and ground, you guys saw our recommendations. We're waiting to get a couple cleaner bids on the pole barns. I did the interviews. Village of Alberta. They still have 1 vacant seat on the council. And there was a resignation from DPW, Justin Towle, and I guess Honor's stealing him. So good for him. And then there was a drunk driver that took out a sign at Penfold Park. And some of the residents thought, well, that person needs to pay for that. And never up on everything, but most of the time they don't have insurance. So I don't know how that's going to work. And they're completely out of the deficit plan by the state. They had the state come in. Last year, they were about $30,000 in the hole. Currently this year, they're 100,000 plus in the black. So it was a long time coming and they did a great job. So congratulations to those people. I did the MAC environmental ag tour. I got to make this too long. And Nate Engel from MDARD was there, discussed the concerns about the budget process. They want to cut that group by quite a bit. And he's said there will be some problems as far as inspections and stuff like that. So it could cause problems down the road. You know, I don't know all they do, but it was a good part of the meeting. And the only other thing I heard about when they gave the update on the state and the PHIP, I guess her name's Hurtle. Elizabeth will be at the MAC conference. Bring your questions. Well, please do so. The other thing I screwed up was when I, when I did the buildings and grounds thing, I actually should have, one of them was Benzie Bus, and I didn't really put that in there. But the ED contract was finalized. They gave her a 6% increase this year and 5% coming next year and a 3% the last year. And they increased the PTO, paid time off. I'm hoping by the addition of these folks that this board can have more ability to get things done. I think we spend way too much time arguing and very little time accomplishing things, and got some high hopes with the folks that we appointed today. So that's it.
Any questions for Gary? Gary, I do want to acknowledge the fact that you went to that groundbreaking for the land trust. And I don't know if others did that or not, but I'm really happy we had commissioner representation there.
I think I was the only one.
Yeah, you were. I tried to make it, but I couldn't get home in time. So thank you. Thank you for
Nice.
representing us.
I
Thank
always-
you.
It's kind of my area too, so thank you.
Appreciate it.
And I admit I probably should get out and do more of that, but
You'd have had a hard time walking around there.
I have a hard time walking around here, so you're probably right.
All right, so I had the LPT meeting. And that one with some updates to the debris management support plan draft. Some new things came down from FEMA that had to be reworded and added. And then the LEPC, there's a grant application that was sent in. And then just working on getting the tier 2 and one tier 3 Sarah. Yeah.
Recital sites 2 and 3.
Yeah.
People don't know that's your hazardous materials on site.
Yeah, so a couple of the townships businesses have not submitted their tier 2, and then Graceland is now a tier 3.
By increasing Graceland, just a question. Does that mean they have more hazardous waste there or hazardous chemicals or what?
I don't think it's that they have more hazardous chemicals, it's just they have to file more paperwork. Maybe because they deal with food.
Probably quantity, not, they probably aren't adding any
No.
new ones, but
Okay.
they may be up the quantity that they're storing on site.
That's out on Forster Road you're talking about?
That I don't know.
Well, that's where their production is, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What does LPT stand for?
Local planning team.
Planning team. Thank you.
Yep, no problem. I had to look it up.
Anything else, Dave?
Nope, that was it.
Questions for Dave? Tim, please?
I do have a question for Dave. Are you liking the LEPC, LPT meetings? You're gonna learn a lot, by the way,
Yeah.
whether you want to or not. Homestead Township Board meeting, they approved the township's earned sick time policy. They never had one before, so state's requirement, and so they did it. Central Wellness Board, of course, we discussed the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, regional bid out process. The Great Lakes Rural Mental Health Association, which was previously just the Upper Peninsula Association, are now adding several Lower Peninsula CMHs, and Central Wellness may become one of those members of that association. Central Wellness is working with the city of Manistee on adding a behavioral health law enforcement similar to our deputy that we have here at the county. Networks Northwest Consortium of Governments. Mostly we discovered the AHP bid out process that we've been discussing quite a bit. The Networks Northwest Full Board. The financial reports, we approved the next year's budget. And we were presented with a customer satisfaction survey results. Evidently, our Michigan Works, that Networks Northwest,
does much better than the rest of the state with the survey result. Our customers and employees are evidently much happier with the work they're doing. Most of the categories are positive in the upper 80s and 90s. That was kind of nice to hear. I did the interviews, buildings and grounds. Rhonda covered it pretty well. Did you mention the animal control lockdown?
No, and it was on my note too. Go ahead, take it away.
The animal control shelter, they're talking about adding a panic button.
Yeah.
So they can evidently, and we all know this, people are very passionate about their pets. And if somebody's come in there and they think their pet was not taken care of properly or whatever, they may be a little upset. Sometimes we just have an attendant there by themselves and they may feel uncomfortable. We did approve that, yes.
Did that.
And then the MAC Judiciary and Public Safety Committee, we had that same presentation about the Michigan Coalition Against Homelessness. Part of our discussion was kind of interesting is one of the commissioners on that pointed out is that they're basically stating that they needed more money. That's basically what he took out of it. And they weren't sure that throwing more money at the situation is going to fix it.
Can I piggyback on
Yeah.
that? There was a commissioner at my meeting who said, and he was from the UP, he said, we have a lot of money. We've raised a lot of money and we were paying hotels and churches to house these folks and it didn't work. He said the damage that was done, it was not, the program couldn't survive. He said, so we have a bucket of money that we don't know what to do with because these folks have backed out of participating because it didn't go well. And the suggestion by the presenters was that indicates there's a need for more wraparound services.
So, our homelessness, as you mentioned, the older population was the one that was interesting to me is increasing the quickest. And they talked about the number, mental health was a big issue, people with addictiveness, a lot of our homeless, there are people that are challenged mentally. And at the state level, the number of beds is, I think they have like 100 beds for mental health at the state level. And Elizabeth Hertel was actually in front of the oversight committee not too long ago. And then we're asked that direct question if she felt that was the appropriate number of beds. She said yes. Anybody in the mental health industry will tell you we are the number of beds per population. I think we're 48 or 49th out of the 50 states. The ratio is against. In other words, we have the fewest beds per population. So.
And their takeaway for counties was if we don't find a solution, these folks are going to end up in our jails and in our hospitals.
Mm-hmm.
Which, yeah.
Don't stay long in the hospitals.
Oh, I
have one.
Anything else, Tim? Any additional questions or comments for Tim? You had my report in advance of the meeting. I'm going to highlight a couple of things. You recall that the village of Beulah had approached us in 2019 about financially supporting.
Remember that?
So financially supporting an event that they have to take care of without getting into all the details on it. At the agenda review, we kind of had a little roundtable discussion about this. And my directive from that was to go back to the village and tell them, we acknowledge they've got this request out there, but they need to treat it as a new request. And so I've spoken to Dan Hook, and Dan was completely understanding of that, by the way. I think I've shared this with you already, I hope.
I don't think so.
Oh, well, I'm sharing it with you now.
Okay.
And that they're gonna get a hold of Katie and they're gonna treat this as a new event rather than saying, where's our money for 2019? All right, it was a very positive conversation with him. Regarding the EDC, there's two things that I want to highlight there. Is that our new relationship, well, three things. Our new relationship with the chamber causes our EDC board to be more of an oversight than anything now. They're going to meet only quarterly, and that's now started. and it's watching what's happening at the chamber and their development. And remember, this is very early stages. Thank you again for making that commitment. I hope we have the same success that we had with broadband. They are going to be posting for the executive director position by early October. We've kind of got ahead of ourselves a little bit because all the funding commitments aren't in place yet, but that's what entrepreneurs do. You know, they work towards the final solution. And they know that that hire is critical to the success. We can't afford to get 2 years into it. Whoops, we hired the wrong person and then start over, because there is no start overs here. I mean, we lose the confidence of our investors, and we're out talking to investors now. And I'm one of those that are doing the outreach, and I'm really encouraged by the responses we've gotten. We haven't gotten all the commitments yet, but Joanne, I'm going to pick on you a little bit. I sat down with Joanne and Josh, and I think that you found it useful that we stay in contact and keep you up to speed. And honestly, they're willing to participate. They're going to have a discussion about participating at a very high level. They really got it. And we're kind of getting those responses from people. What equally is important to me is that I've had members of the community, retirees, that have been reaching out to me that have said, I see what you're doing, really like what you're doing. I want to be part of that solution. Never have had that happen before. So I think what they saw from this group here is, look at you, we're committed to this as an initiative. And if you're going to take it that seriously, we want to be on board. And we're looking for ways to plug these people in now. I've been meeting with people that I'm meeting for the first time that, quite frankly, have incredible backgrounds. And these are not people that say, yeah, I just want to be in the chatter. They're saying, I'll write you a check. What can I do to make Benzie County economically successful? God, I couldn't be more excited about that.
Art, are you in any position yet to share who's at the table besides you and Norm at this point, or are you still developing your team?
With respect to the board?
Yeah.
I am, but I don't remember names very well. It's so.
It gets worse.
You know, we've got I think it's Joe he's the CEO over at Graceland, head of the hospital, senior management out at Crystal Mountain. And there's a couple of others, but I mean, these are all people that are leaders in their industry. But the people that are reaching out to me are not necessarily people that are even in business today, but have a significant business background. And quite frankly, got some deep pockets. I had one guy that started networking with me, and, you know, I admit I'm always kind of a little suspicious, you know, what's it going to be in it for you? And he said, look, okay, I'm not going to be on your board, but I'm putting a small group together, and we're going to be here for you in any capacity that you need us. It's like, just couldn't be more exciting at this point in time.
Excellent.
And I hope that I can, you know, we have that momentum going forward, and I'm reporting positive things. I still want to be cautious. First year is all about organization, you know, but hopefully we can start showing results if we get the right person on board. And I think that I'll end my report there. If there's no questions for me, Katie, I'd like to invite you to give a report.
Great. So just a few things and reminders. We do have some new staff up at Animal Control. Rebecca Knapp, who's been a longtime part-time animal shelter clerk, is now our full-time animal shelter attendant. And we have hired Natalie Garcia to replace that part-time position. Things are going really, really well out there. Everybody's connected their heads about trying to figure out ways to expand the hours of animal control to maybe even include a few hours on Saturdays. So great movement up the hill at Animal Control. And we are light on animals right now. So if you want to go snuggle a dog or there's a really cute kitty, go on up. Just a reminder, we're at the end of the fiscal year. Tuesday, yes, is the last day of our fiscal year. So please get any of your per diems or reimbursements or anything you may have into our office ASAP so that we can close out the fiscal year. As you know, we have to close out everything on the books within 30 to 60 days after the fiscal year so that we're ready for the auditor. So if you're past that 30 to 60 days, I would even say past the 30 days, good luck getting your per diem because the budget is closed. Just saying. Get it to us as soon as possible. We do have something fun going on right now. The Benzie County EMS has put out to the community to name the trucks. You maybe have seen it on Facebook. You know, everyone sees the trucks and there's A32 and A33 and, you know, it's kind of boring, right? And no one really understands what that means. And so right now they're doing a little social media campaign to come up with some fun names for our trucks so that we're just giving the community a little more ownership of Benzie County EMS. We have asked, of course, for the names to be not inappropriate, no profanity, those sorts of things, but just a fun thing to get the community more involved. Brownfield, so the True North project in honor, you know that's been done for quite some time. However, we've still been working through the Brownfield grant process. We are finally done with that. We have our closeout documents into Eagle, into the state of Michigan, and we're getting our last about $7,800 coming to the county. So that Brownfield is finally done, thankfully. That reporting was a pain in the neck for some of us. I just want to remind everyone that next week already is the MAC conference at the resort. Please use your time wisely in the sense that there is a ton of construction and it's going to take you a long time to get over there. So plan accordingly. The agendas should have been forwarded you by now from MAC. Otherwise, it's right on the website. But just keep in mind when you're heading over to the resort next week that the construction is a little wild. Also on October 3rd, we have our annual chili cook-off. So if the commissioners would like to put forward a chili for the annual chili cook-off, 1 chili per department. Commissioners are a department in my book. And you have a chance to win the gold ladle, which is really exciting.
Is it real gold?
Maybe, maybe not. I just want to put a push to my staff. They're great. We have a really great team that's growing. So we're really excited to have those folks in place. Leslie and Chris have been wonderful. I think the building really enjoys them as well. And finally, just an update on equalization. As you know, we don't have an equalization director right now. I am speaking with Joe Porterfield in Wexford County on a regular basis. He is the equalization director and administrator there. Don't get ideas. I've also been speaking with Kristen Stagger, who is our representative from the State Tax Commission as well on a regular basis. We're okay. We're in good shape. We do have a job posting out. We have an RFP out. We have received 1 application for the director position, but that's kind of where we're at with it. We do have the appraisals back from Dr. Holly. Dr. Holly is the one who did the appraisals for us last year and this year. I've sent those off to Joe for assistance in evaluating those appraisals, but Joe Porterfield from Wexford, he has assured me that he will make sure that we're okay until we get somebody in place. He's a great friend. So equalization, everything's okay right now. Nothing is suffering. Kat and Matt, who are the 2 folks down there, our office has been checking on them on the regular, just to check in with them and make sure there's no issues down there. Kat will be taking a day off here soon. She is testing for her level 2 licensure. So very exciting. She is going to take a day off to study and then she'll have her test. So then she'll have a level 2. And Matt is onboarding really well down there. But from an equalization standpoint, we're okay. Nothing is due to the state until November 30th, December 1st. So we have lots of time. There's things to do in the interim that's kind of internal to Benzie County and internal to our local assessors, but we're working through those processes, but nothing's due to the state for a little time, which gives us a little breathing room. Other than that, I'll take questions.
Questions for Katie? You have, and if you do, feel free to follow up with her afterwards. So you have your correspondence in the packet. It does cause me to just make one comment about Bacon. And I typically don't have this type of commercial, okay? But Bacon is working with the group called Kinship. By now, all of you should be aware of that. I've been following that group closely. I think they deserve the attention they're getting because, quite frankly, these families that have to take in relatives and weren't prepared for it are terribly underfunded. And there's an opportunity to give some financial resources individually if you'd like to for that through Bacon because they've got a matching program right now. So just something to consider. Let me open it up to one final public input.
I'm Annie Browning from the city of Frankfurt, and I just mostly wanted to point out that when I brought up about Part D under new business earlier, it was clarified and that was clarified in the sense that healthcare is really, really complicated. And so I get it. The main thing I wanted to say though is that when I had an experience when I was on the Village of Beulah Council and I was chair of Parks and Recreation there, and I was looking for some sort of guidance from like the county, and there was nothing. And I felt like I was on my own. And I felt really unstable and I was looking for guidance. So I really think that a Parks and Rec department at the county would serve the entire county really well. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Joanne?
Me too. Me too. I just want to let you know, I guess you need my name and address. Okay. Okay. Today and yesterday, about 30 people from Pure Michigan had came to Frankfurt, and they're there today, this afternoon. But Frankfurt is part of Benzie County. So we look forward to seeing what they're going to put out there. So I just wanted to let you know that. It's kind of exciting, I think.
Do we
Making a
typically,
commercial? Oh, my word. They're coming to film and
I know we typically don't engage, but Gary,
I'm not supposed to do this, but do you have any information on the Iron Man? Will they continue on or?
yes, we contracted with them for next year. Where
1
we
year
go
at a
from,
time?
yeah. Well, actually, we said, because I didn't want to go through this every year. So I asked for a 2-year commitment from them. So, yeah,
Got 2 years?
it will be next year,
Okay.
the
Oh,
26th.
that's last time.
And it's September 20th next year. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Makes the water colder.
Yeah. Yeah,
appreciate you being here today.
no problem.
Your presence, quite frankly, is recognized. I've noticed you've been participating with us and
Well, I would like to add one other thing. It was brought up about the Bellows Beach and being in the city of Frankfurt when the gentlemen were here talking about that. We are putting it, part of the grant that we got to put the restroom down there. In which we do have the water or the gardens, the runoff stuff down there already. But we are going to be we're going to redo the dock so that it's handicap accessible. Right now, very questionable if a wheelchair can get on there. Plus, and that was probably the points that we got for putting up a canoe launch there too. So that's gonna happen probably not until next summer. We got to finish one of the other bathrooms first. So that's wanted to let you know where we're at, but we have an excellent plan for the Bellows part.
Nice.
good things at the city. Anybody else from the public? All right, we are at 1:17. Anybody want to move for adjournment?
No move.
Second. Anybody want to debate that? All in favor, signify by saying